like to call this continued meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Slifka, if you could please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. I'll be reading that today. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina. Really briefly, before we move on in our agenda, I just have a quick statement to read. So I just want to address something which happened when I stepped out of the chambers yesterday to address a situation at the request of a member. An individual testified about a recent incident which occurred over the weekend. His testimony was rudely interrupted by members of the public. This is not how we treat each other. This is the assembly chambers, not a sports bar where you cheer for your team and boo the opposing team. It is not up for you to determine if, quote, we want to hear this, quote, or not. It is the job of the chair to determine if something is out of order. Any of my colleagues on the assembly can challenge and appeal any ruling to a vote of this body. Primarily, the chair uses Robert's Rules of Order and the basic principles of civil discourse to determine decorum. As I typically state at the beginning of audience participation or public hearing items, I ask members of the public to refrain from making personal attacks and to ensure their testimony is made towards the assembly or the chair and not to anyone personally. I do this because we should be debating and deliberating facts, principles, and ideas, and not attacking opinions and personalities. Following this request should create an atmosphere that decreases tensions and allows for a better dialogue between the assembly and those that come to participate in the public process. Assembly Council has advised me many times over the months that I must give more leeway to protect free speech during audience participation than, as an example, during deliberation among the members. To be clear, this is not unlimited leeway, as the Assembly Chambers is a limited public forum, which is why you hear me interrupting some who speak. But I am much less likely to interrupt individuals during audience participation. When an assembly member does something, whether in their official or personal capacity, which some members of our community disapprove of, they come here to speak on that and to speak against that assembly member. That has happened to almost every assembly member on this dais. Assembly members have been named and their actions have been called out. Although this type of testimony does not fit the atmosphere I hope to achieve in the chambers, I allow it. After reading the testimony from the individual who was interrupted last night, it is my determination that possibly only one portion of that testimony would have been out of order, but largely the testimony was in order, even if it wasn't what some wanted to hear. It was shameful to see a member of our community be attacked, booed, and shouted down for doing exactly what so many members of our community have done over the last few months: come here and speak out against an assembly member. I appreciate that members of the community organized to defend the member from Chugiak-Eagle River, but to try and forcefully take away someone's right to speak goes beyond the pale. I expect better behavior in these chambers and apologize that I was out of the room and unable to handle this specific situation from the get-go. I thank my colleagues for handling the situation. Although it was unfortunate, it occurred in the first place. With that, we're going to move on. I believe there is one item to be laid on the table.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to lay on the table an unnumbered resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishes January 27th, which is today, as a Holocaust Remembrance Day, and urges the people of Anchorage to observe this day and to rededicate ourselves to the principles of equality, human rights, individual freedom, and equal protection under the laws of a just and democratic society.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Could you provide the justification for laying this on the table?
Yes, today is in fact Holocaust Remembrance Day. As voted by the United Nations in 2005, at a unanimous vote as sponsored by the nation of Israel. And so today is that day, and in the context of the conversation that's been imbuing this room for the last 24 hours, this is a very timely and, in fact, important resolution.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on laying this item on the table? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote to lay this item on the table. And then if this vote should prevail, this item will be item 10A1 on our agenda.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That motion passes 10-0, so that item is laid on the table. Okay, so we're going to move on in our agenda. Now we have before us item 10A1, an unnumbered AR 2020, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly that establishes January 27th as Holocaust Remembrance Day and urges the people of Anchorage to observe this day and to rededicate ourselves to the principles of equality, human rights, individual freedom, and equal protection under the laws of a just and democratic society. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
Mr. Chair, I'll be reading, Ms. LaFrance will be presenting, and Rabbi Goodstein, please come to the dais. Whereas the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted a resolution introduced by Israel that not only establishes January 27th as Holocaust Remembrance Day, an officially international day of commemoration in memory of the victims of the Holocaust, but also opposes Holocaust denial. And whereas the United Nations General Assembly President Jan Eliasson said the memory of the Holocaust must be a unifying, historic warning around which we must rally, not only to recall the grievous crimes committed in human history, but also to reaffirm our unfaltering resolve to prevent the recurrence of such crimes. And whereas the Holocaust was a tragedy of proportions the world had never witnessed before, and whereas more than 70 years have passed since the tragic events that we now refer to as the Holocaust transpired, in which the dictatorship of Nazi Germany murdered 6 million Jews as part of a systemic program of genocide known as the final solution of the Jewish question. And whereas Jews were the primary victims of the Holocaust, but they were not alone. 5 million other people were murdered in Nazi concentration camps as part of an orchestrated, state-sponsored program of cultural, social, and political annihilation under the Nazi regime. And whereas we must recognize the heroism of those who resisted the Nazis and provided assistance to the victims of the Nazi regime, including the many American soldiers who liberated concentration camps and provided comfort to those suffering. And whereas we must teach our children and future generations that the individual and communal acts of heroism during the Holocaust serve as a powerful example of how our nation and its citizens can and must respond to the acts of hatred and inhumanity. And whereas we must always remind ourselves of the horrible events of the Holocaust and remain vigilant against anti-Semitism, racism, hatred, persecution, and tyranny of all forms, lest these atrocities be repeated. And whereas, according to Elie Wiesel, a Holocaust survival and nationally recognized scholar, a memorial unresponsive to the future would violate the memory of the past. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that January 27, 2021 is Anchorage Holocaust Remembrance Day. Be it further resolved that Anchorage residents are urged to observe this day of remembrance for victims of the Holocaust in an appropriate manner, and that the Assembly reaffirms our unfaltering resolve to prevent the recurrence of such crimes. Be it further resolved that the people of Anchorage actively rededicate ourselves to the principles of equality, human rights, individual freedom, and equal protection under the laws of a just and democratic society. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 27th day of 2021.
Welcome.
There's a little yellow
If
button.
you could, yeah, yellow button, and it'll turn it on.
There we go. Yellow button.
It's on now. You can speak.
Okay, I can
Welcome.
speak?
Yeah.
Oh. First of all, I want to thank you, members of the Assembly, for inviting me here. And I'm so honored to be here to receive this resolution. And I'm humbled to be part of a community that observes its own Holocaust Memorial Day. There's not much more that I can say that's not already in this resolution, but I'm going to say a couple things anyways. A day like today reminds us it is our responsibility to protect the values that make our nation so great, and to share the lessons we learned from those who sacrificed everything. But this day is also a day of hope. This resolution shows that no one needs to mourn the sacrifice alone. We live in a society that lifts each other up. We make each other better, and we grow from our mistakes. This resolution doesn't just honor the past, it shows us that we have a future. I want to thank the Assembly for passing this resolution and committing our beautiful city to supporting the Jewish people as we remember those who perished in the Holocaust. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on our agenda, we have item 10B2, resolution number AR 2021-29, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's proclamation of emergency and the mayor's and acting mayor's orders and regulations issued thereunder. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
Yeah, this is familiar to everybody, but we did something a little bit different this time. At the request of a member, we checked a few boxes that probably wouldn't be a surprise. They're kind of high on the list, but one is to remove under EO 17 the limitations on the hospitality industry, on entertainment, number 5, part 5, and organized sports. And, you know, as our kind of situation with COVID-19, currently we've had a long decrease in cases and deaths, and really no pressure on the kind of medical establishment or medical facilities. And that's been primarily our goal, is to protect that, and we've been looking really good for well over a month now. And this kind of recognizes that we should be loosening up when we can, and if these statistics that we're looking at now don't show that, then I don't know what would.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for pre-checking the boxes. That was helpful and gave me an opportunity to have some time to think about this. And I recognize the considerable correspondence we've received around organized sports in particular over the last 4 or 5 days. I have some concerns that this is to eliminate 3 particular emergency orders. I do have some concerns about wholesale lifting restrictions where we won't then have the opportunity to see if there's any particular driver. And I believe in the mayor's report we heard yesterday that capacity limitations being revised are actually coming here very shortly. So I have some hesitancy, particularly on number 4, because I know they've been in close cooperation with the hospitality industry to figure out solutions that are working. And they've done some interesting and innovative things, like bars that have agreed to have table seating, which is a bit more like, a dining room. So I have some hesitancy here, but I do want to say thank you for checking the boxes, because it did give me a chance to think about it a little bit more. I guess if we continue to refine this process, one additional thing I would request is if there was any kind of a memorandum that could go with it as to why particular things and what metrics or what information it might be based off, but this is already an improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd like to hear from the administration on this. My sense is from the mayor's report that restrictions are being eased in these areas very soon, and that the data and the experts that are being consulted with, as well as the many people who represent the hospitality industry and the entertainment industry, are being consulted and worked with on an ongoing basis to make these decisions. So I just want to make sure that the Assembly is not getting ahead of all of the work that's being done in a thoughtful way to ease back to an open place soon. So I'd like to hear from the administration in terms of the current work that they're doing to collaborate with these sectors of our community, and the plans that they have in place to be able to thoughtfully and slowly bring us back to a safe place. So if I could hear from the administration, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Who from the administration would like to respond?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. This is Austin Quinn Davidson. We're just figuring out who's on the line and who should respond. Just give us a second. Thank you. I'll go ahead and respond. This is Austin Quinn Davidson. Oh, did you want to go ahead, Mr. Bach, instead? Either way is fine.
Sure, I'm happy to, and then either you or Kate or maybe Mr. Schutte could jump in if I get anything wrong or don't include something. So through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, you're exactly right. I believe last night the mayor did recognize that we are in the process of loosening, and there will be an announcement tomorrow on a number of these items in particular, where there will be a new emergency order 18 that will go into effect that for the most part in the areas that you are specifically talking about will lessen the restrictions on the hospitality industry and allow capacity indoors up to 50%, and also extending the hours in which alcohol can be served. If you remember, in the current emergency order, I believe that is establishments must stop serving alcohol at 11 p.m. We're going to extend that to midnight. And then as it relates to other entertainment facilities, again, we'll be loosening restrictions to allow up to 50% capacity in those locations. And that has been done in close coordination with the Anchorage Health Department. We've obviously had a lot of conversations with the area hospitals and others. So I think from the administration's perspective, we would be opposed to checking any of these boxes for the time being, as an announcement will be forthcoming on a new emergency order that I think will get to the loosening of some of these restrictions that you were talking about. So with that, I will ask either Mr. Schutte or Mr. Vogel, Ms. Vogel, if I missed anything, and see if they want to add anything.
Thank you. Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. Mr. Bockenstedt is always a hard act to follow. All I would like to follow up with, though, is sort of a preamble of sorts, which is leading into the public health discussion and decisions around emergency orders and attachments. Of course, there's a comprehensive analysis of the public health condition of the community, what's happening with case counts, what's happening with ICU capacity, what's happening with projected ICU capacity, et cetera. I'd like to just mention that all of that is ongoing constantly, and one of the reasons that we're in a position that we're in now is because of that kind of deliberative look at the public health data to help inform our public policy decisions, and it's bearing fruit. So we've done the community's done a very good job of sticking with the tough mitigation protocols that are in place, but it's paying dividends. And our public health condition is improving. We're in a position now where it looks good, and we are ready to gently ease our foot off the brake even further. And with that, I will pass to Ms. Vogel. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is Kate Vogel, municipal attorney. The only thing that I would add is I think Assemblymember Perez-Verdia had it exactly right in terms of what it means to lift these or terminate these emergency order provisions, is that there would be no restrictions in their place, and so this is an area where we have been have had, in addition to that sort of big number that we see, there are a number of provisions that provide mitigation efforts and other ways of keeping our community safe. So the power that the Assembly has is to terminate, and this is targeting specific orders within the entire emergency order, but it doesn't replace them with other guidance to help keep the community safe. So that's a factor that the Assembly should always, of course, consider when deciding to whether or not to exercise this power that it does have. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, a quick follow-up.
Sure.
So the one piece that I didn't hear that's really important to me is if you could, and you can be very brief, but there's been a lot of pushback on the idea that you are not collaborating with these industries, and you are not talking to leaders in the hospitality industry, and you are not considering the real, the real need there. And so I'd like you to address that, and specifically as it relates to this action we're about to take, in that if there has been ongoing conversation and collaboration with these industries, and if there's an understanding to the degree that that in terms of how this is going to unfold in a safe way. If you could speak to that, I would appreciate it.
Thanks, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia. This is Austin Quinn Davidson, and I'm happy to speak to that. Ever since I arrived, I've made it a priority and worked very hard to build upon and expand communication opportunities, both internally and externally. And we talk with folks who have been limited by these restrictions regularly. I receive texts from the leaders of these industries. We call late at night. We have biweekly meetings with the hospitality industry. I would say I receive several emails a day from various members of the hospitality industry that I respond to. We've met with small gyms. We've met with large gyms. We talk with owners of other types of businesses, coffee shops. This pretty much is what we spend a lot of our time doing. It's just understanding, what are the restrictions that are hard on folks, which things work. In fact, the curfew idea came from the industry itself and through conversations we've had with them. So we continue to collaborate, to get ideas. In our last hospitality meeting, we talked about the 25% and how was that working practically. Were people waiting outside? Were they setting up wait lists to call people? One restaurant owner suggested a list that we would keep to and that would help us with contact tracing to expand to perhaps 50%. So we're just in constant conversations with folks. One industry I didn't mention, or one group, is sports. We've met with folks who are hockey leaders. We've met with other folks. Really just, I cannot emphasize enough how much of our time we spend brainstorming and thinking about ways to support these businesses and other interests during such a challenging time. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one last comment before I cede my time. And I would just say that I am incredibly anxious, as I know all my colleagues are, to ease these restrictions and get our businesses back so that they can be working in full capacity. It is an incredibly high priority for me, and I know for the folks that I work with. I just think we need to do this in the right way. We've been able to, because of many of the actions that have been taken, I think that has a lot to do with how we've been able to hold back the spread and to get us into the situation we're in now. And so I would just encourage the administration to move as quickly as you can, based on good data and good research, to open our city back up. But I don't want to step in front of that. I want to give you the opportunity to be able to do that in the way that makes sense. So I will not be supporting this action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and...
Can I speak to that briefly?
That was done. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been our standard practice to dispose of this resolution in that fashion, but I think it's particularly important this time. I think all of us, looking at those three check boxes, as Mr. Perez-Verdia articulated, we want to see that happen, and we expect to see that happen at the next EO, which will probably go into effect early next week. And so a no vote would imply that we don't want that to happen. A yes vote will have if this resolution were to pass, it would have sort of an interesting effect, because those provisions of EO 17 would go away for several days, but then the mayor would issue either, whether it's called EO 18 or EO 17 version 2, I don't know, but it would create an interesting sort of gap that would be, I think, immediately followed by a different set of emergency orders, and would cause confusion in the public. So I urge a yes vote for the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had put myself in the queue for the previous motion, but I guess my comments still apply. Like my colleagues, I support further easing up of the restrictions, and do have concern about removing the restrictions all at once for the reasons that have already been spoken to. But my big concern was the potential for confusion, as Mr. Dunbar spoke to. Essentially, if we were to do away with some of these restrictions only to see another emergency order implemented, I think that would be, very disruptive and very confusing. So I'll support the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thanks. I guess these are broader comments that apply to anything. And I think we all know with so much of what we do up here, we have to make big decisions with never enough information. With COVID-19, we're making big decisions with way too much information. There's so much information on this, and it points all different directions, and it's very challenging to know which way to go. And I think we all understand the broad picture. We see over 400,000 deaths across the country. We've seen, medical systems get overrun. It's a huge amount of turmoil throughout the country, and we've certainly trouble here too.
For folks on the phone, please make sure that you're unmuted. We're hearing some background noise. Thank you.
Well, I thought that was quiet applause, but thanks. So, and we got that recent study from the state that kind of lauded our efforts in controlling the spread. And I do appreciate it. It's very noticeable that Acting Mayor Quinn Davidson has been reaching out, not only to us, but the businesses and to the sports groups, and that is really tremendous, and I thank you for that. But one thing, so we can look across, we can look all different places, and we have some studies. Some of it is just intuitive, but we have a really good case study just north of here. If you look at the Mat-Su, where they have had, relatively unrestrained behavior, and they are not, by the theories and stuff we read, we should be seeing real problems there, but they are tracking very similar to what we are here, and that's a very close case study, and we should be looking at what we're doing in comparison to what they are, and even loosening up as planned, we are still substantially tighter than they are. So, as we go forward, and I suspect this will be postponed indefinitely, I would like to see some more comparison with what's happening with our nearby neighbors and why are they unrestrained, having no great calamity because of it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to encourage my colleagues to vote no on the postponement and to really actually take a little bit of a deeper look at this document, because I'd like to offer up really an alternative to dealing with this. One of the things in listening to the conversations from administration is that everything they said was very positive and things that we should be happy about in terms of the progress that's being made, the conversations that are being had, the suggestions that are being made about how to do things better and more safely. And I did not hear one negative thing in all of that said, oh no, we're still having trouble with this isn't working, something else is going on that's having some kind of a bad impact. So there wasn't anything negative in anything that was said. It was all, we're doing really great and we're getting there. And so I think we ought to build on that. And what I would suggest is one of the things we could do in this document is to actually amend Section 3 about an effective date. So as the administration gets ready to ease up and do that, we could actually coincide a lot of that with that effective date. So if we put this in here for Friday, for an update on Friday to become effective, and then whatever new emergency order was being issued at that time could be issued at that time. So there wouldn't be any confusion with the community. It would just be basically a smooth transition. So I would suggest that we go ahead and do something positive with this as well, and not move to postpone, but let's be creative and deal with this and give people some hope. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Yeah, thank you. My perception. Thank you. My perception of the flow that we've been following has been this. In November, we had a massive spike of cases. We were having 400 cases a day, and it was quite scary, 0 to 2 emergency room beds, none in the Mat-Su, actually. They were sending their people here. People from Bethel were unable to get care in this region where they normally come to get care because there was no room at the inn. We had a shutdown for the whole month of December, and that process demonstrated a rapid reduction in the impacts on our healthcare capacity. In January, this month, there was a commitment to open the schools that has gone into effect just 10 days ago. And in November, we saw a reduction. In December, we did not see a spike from Christmas holidays, which we were anticipating could happen. Now schools are finally getting back into session. We have the little ones in class, and we hear early next month we will have older kids up until 6th grade coming back to schools. And so my understanding of what we've been doing has been systematically allowing a buffer to exist in our healthcare capacity as we do take substantial experiments in our human capacity in our schools and in our community. And so the slow and steady march towards opening that we've been on argues for not us inserting ourselves here or in the ordinances that are happening next week, but instead to continue to allow the mayor to have a steady hand on the tiller and to remove these orders systematically as the evidence permits. in February, we'll know very soon if there was any kind of an increase because of the openings of the schools to the kindergartners, first, second graders. Mid-February, late February, we'll know if there was an increase in cases from the older kids. At that point, I think we will have a very strong argument in the community for a broad opening if we don't see any increases. But keeping that buffer is important at this time. With that said, I'm hopeful that the administration is listening to operators of businesses who have creative ideas and demonstrate that 50% as a black line may not work for their businesses, that the 6 or 10-foot difference of seating is what's actually causing the headaches, not the capacity per se. That there are ways the administration can work with the businesses in the community to ensure that their needs are met as best we can as we follow this very slow, steady path towards total opening by late in the spring. Layering on all of that is the implementation of the nation's best per capita vaccination program. The best per capita vaccination program is happening here right now. With all of those signs of hope, my argument is steady as the hand that leads us.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. This is Austin Quinn Davidson. I actually have Dr. Johnston on the line, and she's willing to speak a bit to the concerns with the Valley if folks are interested, the comparison.
Sure. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, and I didn't hear all the questions, so hopefully I'm on track here. But with our rates, our new case counts coming down, our rates have actually become lower than the Valley. There are also a lot of differences between the demographics and the housing density in Anchorage versus the Valley. So we would actually expect the Valley to have lower levels if everything else was the same based on those differences. But in fact, at this point, we have lower levels. Is there any other specific questions you'd like me to answer? I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That motion is approved 7-3. Next, we have item 10B4, resolution number AR 2021-32, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly in support of encouraging the Anchorage municipal residents to receive a COVID-19 vaccine on a prioritized and optional basis. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zolotel, you pulled this?
Yes, at the request of the chair.
Thanks. And I'll go ahead and put myself in the queue.
Sorry. Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I really appreciate my colleagues bringing this forward. I have one amendment I'd like to make, or I'd like one of my colleagues to make, and then I just have a general comment. So on the amendment, so the whereas on line 33 of the resolution talks about a December Gallup poll and then goes to refer to a breakdown by ethnic group. Gallup actually did not do an ethnic breakdown. That was Pew Research. So to ensure that this whereas is factually correct, I'd like to ask a colleague to offer the following amendment on line 35. Quote, amongst the various ethnic groups, delete the next word, polled, and replace that with as described in the December Pew Research poll. So can I get that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? It's simple, but I'll go down the queue. So Mr. Presverdia?
No, not on the amendment, on the main motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. And Mr. Constant?
On the motion.
Thanks. Is there any opposition to the amendment? Sorry, I'm playing both the roles. Ms. Kennedy, did you want to speak to the amendment or the main motion?
The amendment, if you will, please, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair. Thank you. No, I appreciate you bringing that forward. I actually, I also know that this is actually older data even. I have seen a poll result today that has even lower numbers right now of how the breakout is going in terms of people willing to get the vaccine, but I think for purposes of this, it still gets the point across that there are still people who are concerned. So I appreciate you correcting that, though, and I'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there any opposition to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, the amendment is approved. Now, Mr. What else? If you could recognize me for my comment. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All right, so for my comment, I'd like to just really read a passage from the December 4th NPR story that talks about the Pew Research poll and the findings, especially among Black Americans. Quote, "But there is a long history of mistrust on the part of Black Americans toward public health officials, much of it stemming from the notorious Tuskegee experiment of the 1930s. When researchers lied to hundreds of Black men, telling them they were conducting research on treatments of, quote, bad blood. In reality, the scientists were allowing the Black men to die of untreated syphilis. Those experiments were slated to go on for 6 months, but they lasted 40 years, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. That is perhaps why Barack Obama, the nation's first Black president, said in an interview this week with Sirius XM's The Joe Madison Show that he'd be willing to get vaccinated in front of cameras when it becomes available. Quote, "I promise you that when it's been made for people who are less at risk, I will be taking it," Obama said. "I may end up taking it on TV or having it filmed just so people know that I trust this science," end quote. I think this short snippet from the NPR article really digs into some of the systemic racism endured by Black Americans in the public health sector and healthcare in general. That's why I think it's so important that we work to address the issues of systemic racism and inequity in every single piece of legislation that we have before us. I think we can't turn a blind eye to it, otherwise we are leaving parts of our community behind, and you can see that in the polls. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you. Okay, going on in the queue, I have Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm feeling very mixed by this. I guess I'm trying. Maybe I can ask the sponsor to talk about the intent of it, because I see both a possibility of intent of just sort of encouraging everyone to take the vaccine and the benefit of that. But I also see through the whereases, sort of a direct focus on communities of color and the concern around the vaccination, and I'm concerned about what message we're sending with this. Whether it's simply just a broad encouragement for all to, or whether it's sort of an underhanded slight towards certain communities. And so I'm concerned about some of the language in it. I appreciated what you said about some of the history behind this. But I guess I just want to hear from the sponsors in terms of the intent of it, and specifically the intent of including that whereas that breaks down the poll that was done based on race and ethnicity, and what the benefit of having that whereas in this has to the purpose of the resolution.
Thank you. Which of the sponsors would like to speak to that?
I'm happy to, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think, first of all, foremost, most of this was taken once the mayor, or was drafted, I should say, once the mayor sent out her recommendation to the employees of the municipality, saying that the employees are being encouraged to take the vaccine. And we also recognized at the same time that there was this education concern in terms of getting information to different ethnicities and communities about whether or not the vaccine was safe. One of the first bits of information that hit our state when the vaccine was first given were the first people in the nation that were recognized as having any kind of negative reaction were right here in the state of Alaska. So I think a lot of red flags started going up. But one of the things that I hope that this does is, well, three things. First of all, absolutely encourage people to get the vaccination. Secondly, to help us understand that people do need some reassurances, and there needs to be a pretty good educational effort to get information out to people to help them understand the different vaccines, what's being offered here in the state, how to get one. I certainly know that we might be able to brag that we're getting out the most, but we still have an awful lot of people who are going to wait an awful long time before they actually get a vaccine. So that's a concern as well. I think the third thing is that we need to make sure that people understand that nobody's being forced to take the vaccine. This is a voluntary thing. And I think as time goes on, more and more people will feel comfortable about that. But the bottom line is we can encourage people to get the vaccine. We can help them understand what the vaccine is all about. But we absolutely have to understand that there are some people with medical conditions. They're taking a list of your allergies when you go in. They want to know what you're allergic to. And so people are going to have to make that decision on their own as to whether or not this is going to be safe for them. And I think that's an important part of this as well. It's really no different than any other vaccine that we have. You have to take into account somebody's medical condition. And in some cases, I don't actually know how this works, but I understand there are religious objections, and that may play into this as well. So again, this is about telling people that we're trying to figure out how this is going to impact our community, so we want to encourage people to take it. I know the other thing that's important about this is if we don't really give people an incentive, a reason for getting this vaccine, if we really can't unequivocally say, if this many people get vaccinated, then we can just do away with all these restrictions, then we're really not giving people even a reason to get vaccinated. So all of this, in terms of an education effort and an understanding is important. So I hope people will, that the Assembly members will support this and let us move forward in helping to educate the community and, again, allow people to make the best decision for their health in regards to this that they can. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope that answers your question, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer up an amendment. I move.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, I just want to make sure you give opportunity for the other sponsor. Ms. Aller, did you want to add anything, or are you good?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that this gives recognition of why maybe different ethnicities might have concerns based on their genetics of whether or not they want to take the vaccine, and this is respectful to that fact. And by mentioning that, it allows us to understand and further encourage, and it also gives it an optional basis. We shouldn't be here to force anybody to take the vaccine, and this just recognizes the layout and then why different percentages happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you have anything else?
Yeah. Well, first I have to just say I'm not sure this has anything to do with genetics. I think that this poll simply is polling people's willingness based on their race and ethnicity. So I'm not sure what this has to do with genetics. I appreciate this poll, but my amendment would be to remove whereas number 6. I think that I'm not sure it adds value to the purpose of this. Well, first of all, let me get a second, and I'll explain. So I move to amend to remove whereas number 6, which is the one that speaks to directly about the poll that we've been referring to.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
So-
Go ahead.
So I appreciate this this resolution. I think it's really important that we as a body encourage people to take the vaccine, and I think there's some really good information here in terms of why they should take it. When I'm not sure how this paragraph adds value. If we want to begin to look at sections of our population that are less willing to take it, then I think that takes us in a different direction than the purpose of this. And I just question whether that has any value to what we're trying to accomplish here. And I think it has the potential to create confusion and division. And so I would encourage my colleagues to remove that section and just make this about encouraging the public to take the vaccine and not using it to identify the differences in willingness among racial groups.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a problem really with removing that. I think what it was in there for was to just bring to everyone's attention the kind of challenges that the vaccine faces. And like I said earlier, there's actually new information that actually shows lower percentages. So to a certain extent, this particular these numbers are a little outdated, but I don't really oppose taking that out. I think we still get to the main gist of this, and that is, again, to encourage people who want to get the vaccine to get the vaccine. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. The amendment maker, I think you're deleting the whole whereas, and I actually find that first sentence somewhat useful. Whereas according to a December Gallup poll, the percentage of Americans willing to be vaccinated against the coronavirus is only 62%. So if the impact of this is to say, hey, more people should get vaccinated, it's kind of nice to know that what the current or somewhat current threshold is.
Does the mover agree or have a comment on making that change?
Sure, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with leaving that first sentence and removing the remainder, starting with breaking down.
Okay. And I've received confirmation from the seconder as well, so that amendment has been changed to reflect.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I think that was a good addition.
So just for the record, the amendment has been changed to keep that first sentence of the whereas, but delete the remaining. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 10-0. Now we're back on the main motion. Ms. Zolotel?
I move to amend on the second page to add a third be it further resolved clause. Be it further resolved, the Assembly will support the municipality's effort to provide timely and accurate information about the COVID-19 vaccine. And I'll bring that down for the clerk.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this new amendment? Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Could she read it one more time?
Madam Clerk, if we could read it, please.
Be it further resolved, the Assembly will support the municipality's effort to provide timely and accurate information about the COVID-19 vaccine.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 9-1. We're now back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
I just briefly, and not claiming any epidemiological expertise at all, but 62% seems like a lot of people, because I think the flu's like in 40, and if you think 62%, but a lot of people have already caught this too, so they have some immunity from that. So if we get to 62%, plus other people who have caught it and recovered or never noticed they got it, we should be in good shape. So I don't know, 62 sounds good if we can hit that. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I think the goal is 65, so we're close.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Allard.
Chair, I just want to make a little bit of a point that I want to bring up, that genetics have everything to do of one person's reaction, and different races and their genetics do impact how they react to the COVID. And that the reason why that blurb was in there was just to make sure that when we have our numbers and we have our tallies and it's broken down, that the public recognizes that we understand that. But it's done. I just want to make sure everybody understands that genetics fully have everything to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think that it is interesting, some of the conversation on the 62%, because we've been told here that it should be 65 to 70%. That was a question that I asked, I think, not yesterday's meeting, but 2 weeks before. And then I heard Dr. Fauci say where he thinks 75 to 80% is the better number. So again, we have a challenge in terms of helping people understand what they're actually doing when they take the vaccination, and so we certainly have a challenge here in a municipality to have that accurate and timely information that we just supported the amendment on. So again, a lot to be said about this, so hopefully we will spend some time really helping people understand more about what the vaccination is all about. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So to put a finer point on it, oftentimes what people perceive as impacts related to race and genetics are often, and I'm not saying in every case, but are often related to disparity of wealth, disparity of opportunities, disparity of healthcare, disparities across our system of how we establish it. So there is nothing inherently unhealthy or broken or wrong about people who are different than you or I. It's just that the way our system is established, it's easier to get along and be healthy if you are within a certain set of people, educated, wealth, privilege, all of the things that come with that. It doesn't have to do with race per se, but to me that is the more salient differential.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, and then I'd like us to vote.
Thank you. I think Mr. Constant made the point. I think it's worth the time of this assembly to continue to learn more about the social construct of race and the history of that and how that relates to our understanding of genetics. And so I think it'd be worth our time to spend a little more energy in understanding that, so as we're making these actions and policies, we're doing it in line with reality. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 10B6. At the advice of the clerk, I'd like a motion to change the order of the day to take up this item after 14J.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and
Second.
seconded. Is there any discussion on that? Is there any opposition to the motion to change the order of the day? Okay, seeing none, then that item is placed after 14J on our agenda. Next, we have item 10D8, Assembly Memorandum number AM 52-2021, Amendment number 1 to the Utility Relocation Agreement with Enstar Natural Gas Company for Rica Drive pedestrian and storm drain improvements. Just a quick comment. So this item was accidentally pulled, so we don't need to have any discussion unless members have something to discuss on this. So what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 10D18, Assembly Memorandum number AM 72-2021, Board of Ethics Appointment. What is the will of the body?
Move to
Actually,
approve.
yeah,
I think we got to
apologies.
postpone, don't we?
Yeah, this is a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Motion to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
And I'll speak to that.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So this is at the request of the administration. They will be bringing a new version of this forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Okay. Is there any opposition to the motion to postpone indefinitely? Okay. Seeing none, then that item is postponed indefinitely. Moving on, next we have item 11A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 30-2021, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors Appointments. Let's see, what is the will of the body?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, point of order. Did we skip several 10Gs that were on the list, or did I mishear? I had 10G10, 10G12, and 10F1.
So there is one item. So 10G10, we're dealing with that one on Thursday.
Okay.
And then 10G12, it turned into 10B6.
Got it. Thank you.
But thank you. I did skip one accidentally. So let me go back to that one. So next we have item 10F1, Information Memorandum number AIM 12-2021, Survey results from individuals and small businesses regarding CARES funding. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I think Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And the only reason why I pulled it really was because I'm having trouble finding it. I've looked for the links. I've looked on the CARES Act page. Anyway, I just haven't been able to actually tap into it. And so that's part of it. I did see that the link was working. And then the other part of it was, would we be able to not only post, to actually post the survey results, not just a survey summary? In other words, some of the actual data, the comments. So two questions there. How do we find it? And can we actually post the full survey?
Ms. Zalato?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to find the survey results, they should be on our CARES Act page, and if they are not for some reason, I will check in with our communications aide who is assisting us with that. And as for the full results, we can certainly see about publishing those as well, as long as they're in a readable and usable format, but we can certainly make sure that they are at the outset distributed to all members, and we can be getting those out right away, probably tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Zalato, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the only thing I see on the website is to submit your feedback, and then there's a section below that talks about the surveys, but there doesn't seem to be anything to click on or press on, as the case may be, that actually takes you to the survey results. So, whatever we can do to clarify that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is accepted, 10-0. Next, we have item 11A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 30-2021, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved, 10-0. Next, we have item 11B, Assembly Memorandum number AM 34-2021, Planning and Zoning Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton?
Just briefly, both on this one and the prior one, we are getting some really good high-quality people making big commitments of time for these commissions. And particularly, I know the Planning Commission is very busy, and it's got a good variety of people. So just want to thank all of them.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved, 10-0. All right, that brings us to agenda item 14, new public hearings. Really briefly, for testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. Please give your name at the start of your testimony. You will have 3 minutes to testify, and your comments must remain on the topic of the matter before us, and personal attacks are not appropriate. I may interrupt you if you do not follow these rules for testimony. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during public testimony. Last, questions asked in your testimony may be addressed during deliberation. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. All right, we're going to go ahead, and actually I do have one more thing. So next we're going to be taking up 2 items which are very similar, item 14A and 14J. They both deal with a similar subject. So I'm going to ask members of the public who would like to speak on either issue to testify during 14I so that we can hear all perspectives before we take up that proposal. So next, we have item 14I, ordinance number AO 2021-10, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2.70, to provide for a temporary appointment to fill the Assembly Chair's seat when serving as acting mayor. We're going to start with testimony on the phone, and then we'll go to in-person. So we just have one individual for the phone. We have Miss Liz Vasquez.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Vasquez. This is Felix Rivera. We are on public testimony for item 14I, ordinance number 2021-10. Although you may speak on both items if you'd like. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request to address the issue for 5 minutes. I'm Vice President of the Sand Lake Community Council.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. So, my name is Liz Vasquez, V-A-Z-Q-U-E-Z. I'm Vice President of the Sand Lake Community Council. Earlier this month, we held a community council meeting. Approximately 35 residents attended the meeting. We voted on AR 2021-13. That's the proposed resolution by Assemblywoman Kennedy and Assemblywoman Allard. And we became aware of this resolution at the last minute. In fact, the night before the meeting of the Community Council. Assemblyman Perez-Verdier had attended the meeting and had brought over the proposed change to the code, which is in essence a backdoor change to our charter. And that is AO 2021-10. And what it does, the charter does set forth 6 specific ways a vacancy can occur in the mayor's office and on the assembly. The situation we have now, these are measures to attempt to address the very awkward situation where you have acting Mayor Quinn Davison acting for about 8 months, which was never envisioned by the individuals that came together and developed the municipal charter. The charter is very explicit what happens when you have a vacancy in the mayor's office, and that is that you shall, S-H-A-L-L, and it's not perhaps or may, you shall have a special election if the regular election is further out. And so according to the charter, we should have had a special election in January, and our acting mayor would not have been acting for so long. Now, these 2 measures are simply Band-Aids. The problem is that the proposed code change is a backdoor change to the charter. And in fact, both proposals really consider the acting mayor's assembly position as a vacancy, and it cherry picks from the charter what it wants to do with its, quote, position or vacancy. And what it does is it empowers the assembly to select the individual. It does not empower the constituents, the residents of West Anchorage, to have a special election and elect whoever they want to represent them, even if it's for a short time until July 1, when the new mayor takes office. We are having an election very shortly here, very early April. And there's no reason, if the Assembly wishes to consider this a vacancy and cherry pick the charter and decide to adhere to the selection process within the charter, then why not have us put it in the election that's coming up in early April? I believe it's April 6th. There's a lack of transparency, which is very, very disturbing to a lot of us. The proposed resolution was never fully discussed in the Spenard Community Council and in the Turnagain Community Council. Now, after the fact, the Board of Directors of the Spenard Community Council said they supported the code change. Turnagain, I'm not sure what happened. It really doesn't have the vice presidents, doesn't have at least 2 or 3 of the positions filled. So, and I attended telephonically that meeting, and the resolution was never discussed. A change to the charter requires the full participation of the community. It requires a robust discussion. The charter is like the state constitution, and you don't change it willy-nilly. The code is like the statutes, the state statutes, and you don't change those willy-nilly. And you certainly don't attempt to change the state constitution or the federal constitution by simply going around it by passing a statute. So it just, and there's a lack of transparency.
Apologies for interrupting, ma'am, but your time is up.
Sure. Well, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony.
Uh-huh.
All right. No, there were no questions. Okay, that completes our phone list. We'll go to in-person. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Irene Quidnow, and I'm in the Sand Lake District, and Mr. Perez-Verdia is my representative. I was at the community council meeting, and I agree with what Mrs. Vasquez said. We would not be in this position if you would have followed the charter, so I am opposed to anything that changes the charter again. We can temporarily fill that position without having to touch the charter. And so I'm opposed to this, and I am in support of Mrs. Kennedy's and Mrs. Allard's AR 2021-13, I believe it is. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm a blue-collar worker. I just was listening to what the lady from Sand Lake was saying, and I really felt inspired, hoping, but still very aware that you probably won't take it into account. But if you guys would have followed the charter, which is like you put laws down on us, and that's like a law for you, we wouldn't be here right now. People wouldn't be upset with you right now. It would be calm in here every meeting. So this is a waste because it shouldn't have even had to happen if you would have just followed the rules that were meant for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Dustin Sherman. I also oppose 2021-10. Ms. Vasquez is actually a pretty smart individual when it comes to this stuff, and I trust her judgment on that. But I would actually like to know how long Municipal Code Chapter 2.70 has been in the charter, because it seems like it's done us pretty well so far. So, food for thought.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Rachel Colvard. I also oppose this ordinance. As it has been pointed out to you on several occasions, if you would have followed the charter, we would not be needing this ordinance or the other one. Also, I did have a chance to view that work session where you did discuss this, and in that session, you did cut off Ms. Vasquez, who was attempting to reiterate this to you, and told her she could make a public comment. At the comment section, you did grant her 5 minutes as a representative of a board, and then you proceeded to cut her off again when she was still talking. And I don't appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. I'm opposed to this ordinance. As others before me have stated, we would not be in this mess had you followed our charter. It appears increasingly that the rules are for the rules, I can't even say it. You cherry pick the rules that you want to follow. You manipulate the charter to suit your purposes. You redefine rules. It's not okay. Mr. Constant has a nasty habit of weaponizing Robert's Rules of Order to shut people down, as we saw yesterday. I went through and I took a look at our charter and verified that we follow Robert's Rules of Order and some other things. But you have this habit, and this is a demonstration of it, of following the rules that suit you, ignoring the ones that don't, and not applying the rules equally to everyone. That's not okay. It's not how we do things as humans. It's not how we do things in this country. It's not how we do things when we want to get along, when we want to bring out our best selves. You can do better than that. I know that you can. You're highly intelligent people. You need to do better, okay? That starts with following the rules, even the ones that you find disagreeable. That even means upholding the First Amendment, even when you find other people's words disagreeable. That means not shutting people down if they're still within their 3 minutes. That means a lot of things that you're ignoring these days to suit your own purposes. We would not be in this mess had you followed the charter. This squirreling around, rewriting the charter, try to fix a void that we could have easily had corrected with an election yesterday to fill the vacancy left by Mayor Berkowitz if you had just followed the charter. Please, the rules apply equally to all of us. We don't need to be Orwellian. We don't need to be Animal Farm. Okay? We can do better. You can do better. If you want our behavior to change, you need to start with your behavior. Your behavior needs to change first. Stand up, be your best selves, use your intelligence wisely, follow the rules, stop being so darn naughty. Please.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is William Topol. I'm from East Anchorage. My assembly representatives are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson. Regarding proposed ordinance number AO 2021-10, I'm against this. I urge you all to vote no on this for this simple reason. Look at that first sentence in the proposed language of 2.70.025 of Section 1 of the Municipal Code, Chapter 2.70. When the chair of the assembly serves as acting mayor in accordance with Charter 7.02, it is not a vacancy. When do we call white black and black white? When the assembly person heads the mayor's chair, even if it's acting, that person is no longer on the assembly. When that person is no longer on the assembly, there is a vacancy. Duh. Now come on. No vote, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani. I'm happy to announce that I moved to Eagle River, so I'm now represented by Ms. Allard and Ms. Kennedy. Very happy about that. About the ordinance, we've been dealing with this for quite a few months, since October. Looking at this, this is still only half of the equation. Even if we find out or we figure out how we're going to fill that vacancy, it still doesn't add any clarity to the charter or to the ordinance about when the timeline is about how to fill it. When does it become vacant? When does it just be an acting position? It's still very unclear. While this might apply to this particular situation, something in the future, or even something that happened in the past, as noted in the ordinance about what happened with the 6-month vacancy, it doesn't really differentiate. So you're still saying that 9 months, 6 months, heck, is that going to be a year? I mean, there's still no clarity. I mean, the charter says one thing, and then the ordinance, and with this Band-Aid, now you just kind of muddied the waters. It's only halfway there. So even if you do approve this, there still needs to be more work done to actually come up with a viable solution for more possibilities. So whether you guys vote it yes or no, it's still only half the equation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Armani, thanks. So I'm unclear. So when you say half the equation, so you're saying there's some things in the charter that are unclear that need to be changed. Is that your point?
Obviously. I mean, we didn't have a special election, so it wasn't clear enough.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean...
Yeah, no, changing the
something needs to be clarified, and this might fit this situation, and it could fit another situation down the road, but it's still not fixing what the issue is. I mean, I hate to paint us in a corner, but I mean, something needs to be done to kind of clarify what that hard line is, because I mean, the municipal clerk has a hard line of when they need to post the announcements for the election. So, I mean, we do need to make that line. There does need to be some sort of determination, because we can't let seats be unfilled. I mean, whether it's the mayor's office, an assembly, a clerk, a school board, I mean, these people represent the residents, and we have to draw that line somewhere.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, because, changing the charter takes a vote of the people. We can't do it sitting here.
Yeah,
But
I know
think we
that, but
agreed
I
our-
mean, you guys
things are
have the
clear.
power to bring that to the vote of the people.
Thank you. I have another question for you from Ms. Allard.
Yes.
Hi, Louie. So just so I understand what you're saying that if we had originally followed what some of us would describe as the way the charter should have been handled with the special election, we wouldn't be in this pickle right now?
That is a general consensus.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Russ Reno. I am from the downtown district. And through the chair, I think this is probably your most important vote tonight. I think you've dug a very big hole, and you got to figure out some way to cover it back up again or do something. I don't know. I don't have any answers for you. But I do know that it's pretty clear to a lot of your constituents out there that something's going on and we're not being consulted with it. And it's more and more becoming so real that it's kind of scary. And I don't know what we could do at this point. You simply are, as the previous speaker said, you're changing the rules to adapt to what you want done, and you're not taking into consideration what the people are wanting, and you're not even giving us an opportunity to even be a part of it. A lot of us don't know how this whole process works. We try really hard to understand how this works. It's extremely confusing, and if you don't actually know how to interpret the law as it is now, how can we have faith in you to be able to make new law in the coming months and going forward? I don't have faith in many of you tonight, and I think that that's growing consensus throughout the city, and it's because of moves like this that you've dug your own holes, and now I don't have any answers for you, but you've got to figure out a way to make it better, because you're losing faith. You're losing faith, and it's your own fault if people are not believing you. You're painting a picture of us being some radical group of people screaming and yelling inside the assembly chambers, yet you don't even give us an opportunity to speak your gut. You focus on all that, and you want the public to think that's all that's going on too. We see your statements that you put in with the Channel 2 News and different people, and telling them that it's just a few radical people, isn't that what was said, Mr. Constance, that are doing this, and these few people think that we're messing everything up. No, it's not that. It's a consensus of people thinking that they're not being heard, not being listened to, and quite frankly, you really don't care, and that's the way it's looking. I have lived downtown, all right? I have one representative downtown. It was never supposed to be that way. You guys were all supposed to go with only one representative every year. And some reason, we got to wait 2 years. It's been explained to me. Please don't explain it to me again. I've heard it over and over again. But it doesn't make sense why now we're at a position where we have to fill West Anchorage. Right now, we got to get this done and get it going. But yeah, we sat there for years. And personally, I don't have any representation downtown. I feel that, okay? That doesn't mean anything to you guys. I have the Downtown Partnership, Visit Anchorage, and the Coalition all running everything downtown, and nobody here to protect me, or nobody here to back up what I got to say, being a small business owner downtown. It's time to fill the hole, guys, and you're going to have to do it.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you, sir, from Ms. Salatel.
Hi, I'm on the other side over here. Thanks. So you've been around a while, and I know that you've been paying attention. Were you around when the municipality had the vacancy in the mayor's office that Representative Clayman filled?
I think I was, but was I involved? No, I didn't. I wasn't
Okay.
in attendance, no.
Okay, I was just curious about your take on that, so that's great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, Sarah Boyer. I'm going to make this quick. I just oppose you guys messing with the charter more than you already have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
I got a question before you begin. Timer, you have two items. You normally combine and add 6 minutes.
That's not what we're doing today.
Let me correct my timer here. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more like in the public interest. I think I need to start here with confusion. The public may not have heard me. The chair had combined two items that cut 3 minutes off people opportunity to speak. It violates state law. It's also inconsistent with the assembly in operating when you have combined items. And this is a change of history, and you can't change history. It's more of the same. Now, on this thing, I'd like to say this. The situation the assembly, the city is facing is, when looking at the charter, there, in regard to the moving the position of assembly member to be acting mayor, in this case dealing with resignation of the previous mayor, it has left a situation that when you look at that charter, it doesn't really specify to deal with that particular issue. It does address other times when assembly members leave the seat, particularly due people are no longer able to be in that seat. So what I would say to you, and also particularly is to stress this, you're talking about one seat here, but what needs to be talked about is not looking at one seat, but how the whole thing is put together and affects all the community councils, not just one, and this is an issue with one area of the city, but you need to look at it as affecting the entire city. So when you're hearing from one community council, all the community councils need to be involved. The whole community needs to be involved. And that's not what's happening. You're focusing on one, and what you're doing is not really hearing that when you do it, in reality, it's going to be a matter of concern by the entire community, because it affects them by what you do in one area. You can't change that. Second is, you found something in the charter, like I said, and it's unclear. So you're going into the direction of taking and changing code, putting out resolutions. What I would say to you tonight is what I heard as a recommendation from the chair, and he didn't specify what I'm saying, but he says, what about bringing back the Charter Commission last week in a remote meeting? That's what you need to do. You need to bring back the Charter Commission, and you need to have it public and open and transparent, and you need to comply with state law that says you provide a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. In my words, the more complex and complicated the issue is, the more notice, the more opportunity the public to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Christine Hill, and I am certainly against this ordinance. You've broken the charter, and now you're trying to justify your behavior and cover your tracks. People do not trust you. That is where a lot of the anger is coming from. You're justifying your positions all the time, which are hurting us. And you talk about equality, and you use all these nice words and please and thank you, and you're not nice people. You're not nice people, and you don't care about Anchorage. You care about your own agenda. Please vote no and try to quit covering your tracks when you're making very poor decisions and hurting our city.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard, I think I have a question for you, ma'am.
No, actually, it's for you, Chair.
Sure.
Can you explain again what's going on? Because we have 14I, and then there's another one, which is 14J.
Yep.
14I is the only one up. So are you saying that people can testify either on 14I and 14J within the 3 minutes?
So we are still going to have public testimony on item 14J. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Donna Celia here. I'm assuming everybody on the, what do you call that? The dais? Is that right? Everybody on the dais has probably heard of the balance of powers, correct? So you guys understand that the various branches of government under this republic balance each other out so that no one body is able to exercise tyranny over the rest. That's the way our system was designed, and it's actually the way our charter was also designed. When you read the charter, it specifies that in the event of a vacancy in the seat of the mayor, the assembly shall hold a special election not less than 90 days from the date of that vacancy, putting the power to elect the leader of this city into the hands of the citizens. Likewise, when there's a vacancy in the assembly has the authority to nominate somebody to sit in that seat. You took our power away from us under the charter and gave it to yourselves. That is a tyranny. And it is exactly, as Mrs. Hill just described, precisely the reason why a whole lot of the citizens that you govern are becoming angrier and angrier at you. I personally sponsored the Recall Rivera campaign, and I'm proud to say that I argued successfully on the doorstep of hundreds of people to get them convinced that people on this assembly need to receive a serious message. And that message has officially been delivered. It's time for the rest of you to hear it. We're not happy.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
Testimony is supposed to be on this ordinance that's before us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, this is not how this works. The chair gets to make a ruling. Okay? So you should not be disrupting the meeting. I'm going to hand over the gavel to Mr. Weddleton as I have a conflict on this point of order.
Do you have a conflict, Mr. Huh?
You need to make a ruling on the point of order. Mr. Constant, can you restate the point of order?
Yes, the subject of the recall is not, in fact, on this item 270, AO 2021-10. So the testimony from the public needs to be germane to the item before us.
May I speak in my defense?
No.
No,
That is not how this works. The chair gets to make the ruling.
Yeah. No, I'd say you're off topic, but Ms. Celia, you're making points on the item. Continue with that and just avoid topics that aren't on the item. Please continue.
Okay. So if I understood, then I have to bring it back around, right? So that everything that I just said sets up the point, which is that this should have never happened. You guys all should have known better a long time ago. I am not the first person to come up here in front of you and talk about what happened back then. What happened back then is completely germane to what you're doing now. It's the reason why you're doing this now. And this was not supposed to be this way. You have exercised a tyranny, and this is a consolidation of power, further consolidating more and more power into the assembly's hands that they shouldn't have had in the first place. This shouldn't be happening at all. So vote against it.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Wow, that's a hard act to follow. Delana Sprinkle, she just about took everything that I was going to say, but I just want to tell you that I'm still pretty new at this. So when I can't come, I watch live stream, and I just have to tell you that I have no idea what you guys are doing. Do you? I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like, I heard that we had a mayor that was disgraced, so he had to go. So then I started reading, and I was like, right on, we get a special election. Then all of a sudden I hear, nope, not going to do it. I still don't know why you guys cheated us out of a special election. That's our right. It seems to me that you guys just kind of change the rules, and you go with your flow, and you don't give a damn about what we think or what we say or our rights. This is why people are getting irate. This is why people are calling in and being so mad that you have to hang up on them and cut them off. I mean, can anybody answer me? Why did we not have a special election? I still don't know. Can you tell me why, Jamie? Anybody? Crickets, no. Nobody on this assembly, with the exception of 2 people, are ever accountable for anything. But you guys have no problem publicly shaming us or pointing your fingers at us. And you know what? We are getting sick and tired of it. I thought I was in your district. I did not want to do the recall. You know, I don't know what you expect. You guys have forgotten just who is supposed to be working for who here. We don't work for you. You're supposed to be working for us. Would you mind?
Ma'am, I have 2 questions for you. Ma'am, I have 2 questions for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So the Assembly was given legal advice by the municipality attorney and the Assembly attorney. And based on that legal advice, the Assembly members, majority, decided that they were going to not hold a special election. That's the answer. Thank you.
The
Thank
Democratic majority. That's right.
Ms. LaFrance?
That explains it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I was just responding to the speaker's request for information. If I may just provide some additional? Thank you.
If you would like, or we could do it during deliberation, which is our normal process.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait then.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Perez-Verdia, do you want to speak to that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to say that I'd like to thank the more than 40 people that I've talked to from Sand Lake, from Turnagain, from Spenard on this topic. I'd also like to thank all 3 community councils, Spenard, Turnagain, and Sand Lake, for the communication that I've had with them, especially the president of Sand Lake and the president of Spenard, who I've been in contact with pretty frequently about this topic over the last few weeks. And I would like to say that the intent here was really to try to temporarily fill this seat so that the people of the west side of Anchorage had an additional vote and had an additional person to represent them during the time that the chair is serving as temporary mayor. I think it's universal that the people that I've spoken with, that they want somebody in that seat, but there's a lot of disagreement in terms of how, whether that's an election or whether that's an appointment, whether that's a change of the charter or whether that's, change of the code. So there's a great deal of debate. My decision to bring forth a motion to postpone it indefinitely comes based on the fact that after a great deal of deliberation on this topic with many people and through conversations with our legal staff, that there is enough legal risk here for us to be cautious. And also, I think there is concern that we're moving too quickly towards this, and it deserves more time and more consideration. And so I've also been in contact with Miss Kennedy, who is one of the sponsors of the resolution, and had a long conversation with her about how we should proceed forward. So with all of that, I want to thank everybody for their time. This took a lot of time and effort from the administration and from the Assembly and from the public, but I do believe that it's time to sort of pause it indefinitely and go back to the drawing board. The last thing I'd say is that I really do agree with many of the comments that we need to go back and look at possibly our charter, so that the language is very clear, and I think there's some efforts to look at both the code and the charter so that we're very clear in the future in terms of how we handle a situation like we're in now, and doing it in a way that is open and transparent and in accordance with the law. So with all of that being said, I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on a motion to postpone, and we move forward with efforts to find a different solution for this problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate what Mr. Perez-Verdia just said. I will support his motion to postpone indefinitely, but on the understanding that also means that we should postpone indefinitely or vote down the following resolution, the next item. This item, this code change does not alter the charter in any way, which is strange that some of the testimony implied that. But if you do think that this ordinance runs afoul of the charter, the resolution does the same thing, and arguably in a more egregious fashion. There is no colorable legal argument to say that a code provision like this would somehow be more at risk than a resolution appointing someone. And I know that Ms. Vasquez has made that argument before, but frankly, it just doesn't hold water. So, if we were to postpone this indefinitely, that's fine. I understand that, and I do understand the legal risk. The legal risk would also not be cured by a special election in this case. The legal risk is about the charter language regarding 11 assembly members. And so whether you do it by resolution, ordinance, or special election, that risk remains. So I will vote yes to postpone this indefinitely. I will also vote yes to either postpone the next item or to vote it down if no such motion is made. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just asked to speak to clarify the law on this topic and what some people who have testified have been stating what the law is. And I just wanted to remind everybody that we had a memorandum, a legal memorandum issued October 16th from the Municipal Attorney's Office and myself, Assembly Council. It involved some other attorneys from the Municipal Attorney's team that said there were legally defensible 3 options for how the body could handle the mayoral vacancy, and one is through a special election, but that's not required, that's an option. And the second one is through the regular election on April 6th to elect the next mayor, and the third was through a regular election to be held on April 6th, but seating the successor at some earlier date than provided in the code. So, and I just wanted to remind everybody about that. So the allegation or assertion that a special election is required by charter, we don't think that's legally correct.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I have a question for the sponsor of this, and then perhaps another one for Mr. Gates. So, Mr. Perez-Verdia, so, I mean, there's a real need to get someone representing, another person representing West Anchorage between now and July 1st. I mean, that's where we are right now. Are you saying that, that can't happen then unless we change the charter, which can't happen this year?
No, I don't think that's what I'm saying. Through the chair to Mr. Weddleton, no, what I'm saying is that I agree there's a real need. And I think that's universally agreed among the residents of West Anchorage, that there is a need to get somebody who can temporarily fill this seat. And so it is with I have been working very hard with many people to find a solution to accomplish that goal. And so that's why I thank so many folks for their work with this. But after a great deal of deliberation, it is clear to me that this is not the right path. And so I feel strongly that we need to start over and can continue to look for a path to fill this seat. It's just apparent that this is not the right one. So I will continue to communicate with the people of West Anchorage and continue to work with them and our administration to identify options for us to temporarily fill the seat. I don't have a clear sense of what that is, but there's been lots of ideas brought up, and I will also offer to continue to work with member Allard and Kennedy to identify what works. So that's probably the best answer that I have for your question.
Okay, yeah, I'd hate to have you give up, but I appreciate your work so far. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Comment, but first a question for the sponsors of our next item, 14J, resolution number AR 2021-13. Considering the concerns that Mr. Perez-Verdia has about the tool of 14I, do the sponsors of 14J, and I ask this even though it's not on the item we have before us because it will influence my vote now, agree that their particular item also has the same flaws, and will those sponsors be pushing to postpone indefinitely their item? So if either of the sponsors would like to respond, that'd be great.
Yes, Chair. We will. We will do, and we will we'll move to postpone indefinitely as Mr. Verdia has, and then we will come together and continue the discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
You done?
All right. Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, I support Mr. Perez-Verdia's motion to postpone indefinitely and his effort to continue the work. I would like to see us look at this not as an issue for right now, but one that might require a longer-term solution should it arise again in the future. We've had an instance with Mayor Begich and a representative Clayman or assembly member Clayman at that time that that individual, Mr. Clayman, filled the seat for 6 months. And it did leave West Anchorage with a single representative. We had member then, or now Representative Harriet Drummond, and she has regaled us with stories about how that happened and her efforts, and that it is difficult. And so I appreciate the effort to try to fill the seat, but I think the longer term view will be what serves this body and the municipality more fully in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard, did you have anything else? Okay. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to address a few things that we heard in testimony. And one is the speaker said, when are we going to call white, white, and black, black? And that's a darn good question. It is not crystal clear. Well, it is actually very clear, but it's puzzling in the charter. That seat is not vacant. Acting Mayor Austin Quinn Davidson remains the chair of the assembly. And it's very clear in there, though that's puzzling because you look at it and you go, but there's no one in her seat and they're going many months without representation. So effectively, it acts like a vacancy, but we would be breaking the charter if we said, oh, it's empty and putting someone else in there because it's clear she is the chair of the assembly. Further, I voted for the special election for many of the reasons that we heard here because I think it was needed. It's too long a time to go without a representative for that district, so I'm frustrated now that we won't be replacing it. But it is also very clear in the charter that it is optional. And we had a speaker tell us that the charter said, shall have a special election. Now that is very clear, but that's not what's in there. It says we will fill that seat, we shall fill that seat through a regular or special election. It gives us a choice. When you read it, you see it's a choice, a regular or special election. I went with a special election that failed, so the body has chosen to go with a regular election in April. So it is wrong to say the charter was broken. It didn't go my way, but the charter was followed. We had an option. We have an option. Now, one of the speakers said this would only go halfway. The charter needs to be made more clear. That is plainly evident to us, and we will be working on that. There's a number of issues that have been highlighted here that the charter, people who wrote the charter way back when, did not do us some favors when they did it. And they left things, the course isn't always clear. But in the case of replacing the mayor, we have an option, regular or special election. The speaker missed a couple words when she spoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So part of I believe the misunderstanding is that when we don't follow the last part of what the charter says, and it says no less than 90 days. So for me, when I read it, that means 90 days plus 1, and that's when our special election should happen. It's reasonable. The other thing I'd like to say is that when Ms. Vogel changed a word shall to can and offered that up as an option to the Assembly, then it changed everything of our choices. And the Assembly went off the advice of our legal team. So again, I appreciated Mr. Weddleton for voting for the special election, and I myself and Ms. Kennedy did as well. But we are here today, and I'm still agreeing that we should just postpone and definitely move on and go back to fix that part so that it does say one change, and that would be 90 days plus one. That's it. And we can solve the problem. And it could go to the vote of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yes, as I mentioned in the work session, there is a draft that shall soon be introduced, shared around, probably not quite introduced, but that will give a framework for how we address the question of answering the question of at a regular or special election. It doesn't need to be a charter amendment, it can be a code change. And the code can spell out timeframes and timelines, et cetera. And so that document will be coming forward soon, very soon.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14J, resolution number AR 2021-13, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supportive of the residents to have proper and legal representation for West Anchorage District 3 and calling for an interim appointment. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify?
Good evening. This is Christine Hill. I have a solution to all this. You have caused yourself a problem with your interpretation of the charter, which didn't even follow legal advice apparently. My suggestion would be to whoever should win this mayoral race in April, let them take charge in 24 hours and take that seat and not wait until July. And then that way, April's just a few very close by, and then she can take her seat back. But if the person who's elected to mayor can actually jump in, and you can make that announcement very quickly in the next week or so, they can get themselves together and ready, then that's the solution to all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you speak, Mr. Williams, I just need to give you a warning that yesterday I gave you multiple chances to follow our rules of decorum, but you did not. So I'm just going to give you one warning today, and if you break our rules, then I will not allow you to testify through the remainder of the meeting, okay?
Through the chair, can I respond, please? I did testify. I did testify through all the items last night, up to and including 14G, the final item.
Yes.
So I'm not sure where I broke the rules to it.
I gave you multiple chances and I gave you multiple warnings, and that's clear for the record, right? Other assembly members and the public heard that. So I will go ahead and give you your time, but I'm just being very clear with you, okay? All right, welcome.
Thank you, Assembly members. Niall Williams struggled to get in here tonight because I was denied access initially over the phone. I represent 1776 Alaska Freedom and Liberty Worldwide. In response to AR 2021-13, while we do want that assembly seat filled, an appointment now is illegal by municipal charter. You only have 30 days to do so after the vacancy occurs. The vacancy occurred on October 23rd, 2020. That would have given you until November 2nd, 2020 to fill that seat. So each and every one of you now know you're breaking the municipal charter. When reading legal interpretations, one is meant to read it in the most simple sense of the word. A vacancy, what is that? The seat is either filled or it's not. The assembly member is either fulfilling their duties of representing their district, voting on ordinances, being present for the meeting, or they're not. If they are not present and voting, every one of the votes up on that screen represents 10 votes. Sometimes it's less when Felix or Forrest Dunbar or someone else has to recuse themselves because they're on part of the initiative. Dunbar's running for mayor and Felix is up for recall. So it's caused a lot of drama, especially when you have these 5-5 votes. It's an absolute disgrace. I mean, at what point are we going to start following the law? You expect everyone in this room to follow the rules, to act germane to the topic, to respect the assembly members. Show us some respect by representing us properly, by standing up for what's right. And let me remind you of your oath of office. Each one of you take this. I swear and affirm that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America, the State of Alaska Constitution, the municipal charter, and I will perform the duties of assembly member to the best of my abilities. Now, when you swear an oath, you swear it to God Almighty. That oath goes to the grave for members like Jamie Allard, who served in the armed services, as well Mr. Dunbar, who served in the National Guard as well. Those oaths are lifetime. Every one of the oaths you took is lifetime. It's time you start standing up for what's right and stop disgracing the seats that you fill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is William Topol from East Anchorage. My assembly representatives are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson. In reference to AR number 2021-13, I urge a yes vote on this by this body. Comments made by my alleged representative, Mr. Dunbar, at the end of the last motion, at the last ordinance, saying that he thought there was flaws in this new document, -13, as there would be in -10. I do not see those flaws, and I think that comment is disingenuous. Okay, this document here gives a straightforward path to fill that vacancy within 30 days until a new mayor is elected, in which case our acting mayor reverts back to her elected seat. It gets a finite period of time for this interim appointment. This is pretty straightforward. There's no wiggle room here, there's no shades of gray, and there's no white, black, white language as in the last ordinance. So I urge support of this. It's a very good document. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dustin Sherman. I also support this AR 2021-13. I look at it like, you know, when we go out and we're driving on the streets and we have to obey traffic laws, right? You don't like drive down the street and skip 3 stop signs and then stop at the 4th one. It's the same thing. The charter's there for a reason, and you know, you've seen by testimony tonight that all we want you guys to do is to follow the charter as much as possible. Fill the seat. I think that West Anchorage needs that seat filled and have representation. I got representation over in South Anchorage. Why can't West Anchorage have representation as well? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. What I like about this resolution is it doesn't contain the phrase amend the city charter. I remain dismayed that by ignoring the meaning of the word shall as it is in every other legal document, meaning you do it, you've put us in this mess. I find myself in the odd frame of mind that I wish that Berkowitz had taken his lumps and stuck it out and not resigned, which is a very peculiar place to be. we would have been better off with a disgraced mayor writing out the shame than this soup sandwich that you've made. Have you ever tried to eat a soup sandwich? They're very messy. Nobody has a good time at it. You've made a soup sandwich with a lot of your decisions. I like the idea of the mayor we select at the April election stepping up immediately. I don't think you'll do that, but I like that idea. This is a close second. It's not bad. Doesn't say anything about amending the charter. That's good. Gets representation for District 3. That's good. Interim appointment. I assume that means you folks will choose them. I think we can predict what side of the political spectrum that individual will be, but that might be okay too. We'll see. Maybe we'll get a sane voice up there. That would be unique. That would be a unique experience. Do better. Follow the charter. The rules are for all of us, including you. Put your brains to better purpose. Put aside your emotion. Be a little bit more analytical, please. You can do better. I really believe that. I really believe you can do better than you're currently doing. I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Rachel Colvard. It's my understanding that the intent is to pull this one as well, but I just wanted to give attaboy to Mr. Weddleton through the chair that it does indeed say or. It's, scroll up, 7.02.b. If a vacancy occurs on the assembly, the remaining members may appoint a qualified person to fill the vacancy within 30 days, as now is said. The person appointed shall serve until the next regular or special election. So Mr. Weddleton is correct absolutely in that. I think most of us taking umbrage is with the, you could have acted more decisively to quell some of the fears of your constituents. As many have said, you know, we dug ourselves a hole and now this is trying to fill it with compost instead of proper D2 fill. We have to do better and we have to work together better to get that accomplished, I think. So I'm very happy to hear that this will be pulled as well and that you will be taking this up in further work sessions to get this more adequately addressed in the charter and then to a vote of the people, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Again, for the record, my name is Russ Reno. I'm from downtown, and through the chair, I think the same reasons I said earlier. I don't see how you guys can accept this one either. I actually agree with Mr. Dunbar, and that it should not either one of these go through. First off, I want to remind you that the original setup for the assembly was that downtown would only have one representative for one session, and then it would rotate to each one of your own district. So it was already set up for you to be ran by only one person, and we were not supposed to be stuck with it. But we got stuck with this, okay? So hypothetically, if I think that my representative is not representing me and not doing my job, the will of the people, what I want them to do, what my fellow neighbors want them to do, I could go to another assembly person and possibly convince them to do it. But instead, I get stonewalled. We don't hear anything. We just get turned off or ignored, or even worse yet, attacked in the newspaper, attacked on television from one person. That's just hypothetically. I would like to be able to go and talk to someone else, but because you've got this deadlock and it's stuck in downtown Anchorage,
I'm going to pause really quick. Sorry, I'm hearing some sound. So whoever's on the phone, please make sure that you are muted. I'm hearing some background noise, please. Thank you.
Because we're stuck in one district with only one representative, and you guys have two for each one of you,
all right? We've gone through this. We've dealt with this for years. And we can be all happy about our representative helping us, or we can, and go to the next one, or we can just simply wait it out to see if you guys do something. We're hoping that you're going to do something. I still don't get why it's going to take 3 years for us to get another representative. But I don't see the big rush in getting West Anchorage their second person when they have not taken their turn with only having one representative, and none of the rest of the districts have taken their turn with only have one representative, so that we are all equally represented here. What we've got now is special interest groups running downtown because they're able to convince one person to make the decisions on this group and this panel, and we don't have any say. If you're a resident downtown Anchorage or a business owner, unless you go through a coalition, unless you go through a Visit Anchorage, unless you go through a downtown partnership who gets all of our taxes downtown, you don't get anything. And you have no representation at all. So I'm used to this. It's about time somebody else went through it too and see what we have to deal with. It's not one-sided here. So you can't do this one, you can't do the one before it, and I don't know what the hell you're going to do about the original problems you've done, because you've made this your own gravesite. You're literally got a hole you got to fill, and I don't know how you're going to do it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Irene Quidnow. I wanted to say also that I like the idea of having the mayor step in and, at a very short period of time after the election. There is your chance to fix the problem with not having a special election. I would encourage you to seriously consider that. The reason why I'm supporting this is because it's a temporary fix for this particular situation. It does not prevent you from going back later and clarifying the charter and figuring out how to write that, so that you don't get into the quandary again. But it does give representation to my district. And so I'm in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for 43 years. I'm speaking on this item, but remind you that on the other item, for the record, to clarify, the chair had stated that you can speak on both previously, and it was clear to me, and that's why I raised the question, that you're talking about 6 minutes or 3 minutes, and now you're addressing this one. I don't have a problem with combining those two items, because that would have created because it's basically a package deal. Because when you voted on one in a way of postponing indefinitely, it's obviously the same premise would mean you vote no, postpone indefinitely on this one. So where do we go? The community is part of the community is having concern because where's their representation with regard to a seat due to assembly member moving into the acting position of the mayor. As a result, there's a concern. And that was not clearly addressed in the charter. And as I said previously on the other item, the appropriate steps would be is for a charter commission, for it to have a charter change. But I'd like to remind everyone in the public what that really means. When you deal with charter, creating a charter amendment, so forth, you are creating it more solid. Because like the other one that was before was an ordinance, this is a resolution. And the assembly up here, you all, you said, make a decision tonight, and, oh, we like this idea, or amend it or whatever on a resolution or ordinance. But 2 months later, an ordinance gets adopted or a resolution, and it's substantially changed. So you go by the other situation. In a charter situation, you allow for more stability, and you can't expect a rush judgment, which has been is happening here tonight, except for there's encouragement with the decision made previously with a motion for postponement. But I am concerned with, respectfully, Assemblymember Dunbar, who already made a decision on the other one when he announced he's for postponement indefinitely on this one. You can't do that. If you're not combining the two together for the public to speak, you cannot make decisions to say, I'm also for this one if no one brings it up. The fact is, you didn't give a chance for the public to speak on this one when comments from Dunbar went ahead and say, I'm going to put a motion on that. So I'll leave you with 3 seconds to spare, and please be more respectful.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone.
Indefinitely, yeah. Is there a second?
Indefinitely.
Okay. Moved and seconded?
Second.
Ms. Kennedy, do you want to speak to the motion?
I do, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say that I absolutely understand and appreciate the frustration of the residents in District 3. I share that. I've had a lot of conversations, read emails. Anyway, I really appreciate those that came out to speak toward this, and they're probably even more frustrated now to think that there maybe is no end in sight or help coming their way, and I do feel badly about that. But I also want to thank them, for all of their words and encouragement. I also want to thank Mr. Cameron Perez-Verdia for the conversations that we had as well, and just the willingness to try to look at how we can move forward with this idea of trying to have a temporary appointment to the seat. And this particular ordinance was meant to be absolutely temporary. We didn't want to put it in code. We didn't want to change code because we felt like the bigger problem was dealing with the definition of special election and having more solid parameters for when that's actually implemented. And this truly is, if you talk about a Band-Aid, this truly is a Band-Aid. And that's what it was intended to be all along. It was just a way to deal with the fact that we had this unique situation that I don't believe we ever should have put ourselves in, and maybe no one ever thought it out quite to that length of time that we would be without an assembly member for almost 9 months, or a good 8.5 months. But regardless, the whole effort here was to try to do something to help support the residents in District 3 and Mr. Perez-Verdia. But I will say that we really crafted it also to make sure that we didn't use the word vacated. We couldn't find an adequate word actually to describe the situation, because this isn't a vacated seat by definition, and those definitions, or at least the criteria by which that definition can be used, isn't found in our code or the charter. And it's actually a vacancy that apparently is acceptable to a certain period of time because of the way they, it's set up that the chair would actually take the position of acting mayor should the mayor's seat be vacated. So again, it was crafted very carefully to just fill this temporary situation that we were going on, and we were just hoping that in some way we could provide some relief to this situation. But the more that I started to follow this out, kind of work it through, what is it actually going to look like, it began to become even more problematic. I definitely stand by the fact that there is nothing in code or charter that says this is prohibited. However, there are enough things in charter and code that say, well, you can't quite do this, though, because one of the becauses is the fact that if you do appoint somebody, the end game of that appointment is an election. But we can't have an election for somebody who's not up for re-election, or for a seat itself that's not up for re-election. So again, trying to work through all of this started to bring forward a whole lot more of those unintended consequences.
The other thing that concerned me, and Mr. Perez-Verdia and I talked about this a little bit too, it's very difficult to fill an appointed, or to fill a vacated seat with an appointment, because then you have 10 members of the assembly basically picking and choosing one person to fill that position. And typically you'll have a dozen, maybe a few more than that, that would apply for that seat. And even that becomes contentious within the neighborhood. And, you know, I've seen that happen many times, because there have been several seats on the assembly and on the school board that have been filled that way, and it's tough. And it always comes down to the fact that that is not an elected person in that position. So I didn't really want to see more of that chaos as well. I want to talk a little bit about Ms. Hill's suggestion. Well, actually, let me say this one last thing. For me, the bottom line on this comes down to the fact that we need to fix the code in regard to what it means to fill the vacancy of the mayor's seat. Bottom line. We've got to have that nailed down enough that we don't have to guess at it, or we don't have to say things, well, I'm just not sure the voters will like it, you know, that there's voter fatigue, or, well, I'm afraid it's going to cost too much money. None of those things are in code that say you should consider this when you have a special election. But there are things, including dates and time frames, that we could put in there, and those are going to be meaningful enough. If we get that right, then we won't get into this situation next time. So we won't get in a situation next time where we need to fill a vacated, or, sorry, I used the word and I didn't want to do that, where we would fill a empty or a seat with a non-participating member. We wouldn't, you know, we could avoid that kind of a situation. So again, that's kind of the bottom line on it. Two more things. I recognize that people have thought about this idea about putting the mayor-elect into the seat of the assembly, but you don't want to do that. You want your mayor focused on how they're going to make a transition into the new position. You don't want them learning the assembly job. You want them getting to work on what they're going to do as the CEO of the municipality. So I think, you know, I certainly understand that there could be some value in having some perspective and some background on what an assembly member does, but I absolutely believe that a mayor needs to be, a mayor-elect needs to be working at transitioning into their position. But I will ask this one question. We are in a unique situation, being under an emergency declaration right now. So my question is for legal counsel, whether that be Mr. Gates or Ms. Vogel. Could the Anchorage acting mayor issue an emergency order that appoints or directs the assembly to appoint for a very limited and specified amount of time a representative to fill that seat until the rightful elected official for that seat can take that seat back? So that's my question.
Which of the attorneys want to try that one?
Through the chair, this is Kate Vogel, municipal attorney, and I'll take a stab at that. The mayor's emergency powers are designed to respond to the emergency. There are a bunch of provisions that are laid out in response to the emergency that are more specific things that you do in every or most emergencies, like changing some of the procurement rules. A lot of this, obviously, we've all gone over. The one that's being used to explain the justification for the emergency orders that we're seeing is Anchorage Municipal Code provision 380.060H. And that provision is only able to be invoked when it's necessary to protect life, welfare in the municipality. So it doesn't really fit the situation of there's just a vacancy in an office due to the mayoral position being vacated, and therefore a temporary absence when that acting mayor is no longer serving in the legislative capacity while serving as acting mayor. So I don't think that that's a very good fit. Obviously, this is the first time I've heard that question, and I'm happy to look further at the statute, but as it's occurring to me, I don't think it's a good fit for emergency powers based on what those mean and how they're intended to be used.
And it looks like Mr. Gates might want to weigh in on this. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked to speak just because I concur with Mrs. Vogel on this.
All right, simple enough. Anything else, Ms. Kennedy?
So that was the short and sweet of it. No, I appreciate that. I will say I do think that there are more things that we could potentially, well, I won't say that. I hope that there are some other things that we could do, and we might be able to figure that out. I'm afraid what it won't be is in a timely enough period whereby which we can fix this situation that we're in right now. But thanks again for all those that were kind of working so hard with us, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really happy to see this item postponed indefinitely. I was concerned about it for a couple of reasons, and one was the reason that Ms. Kennedy indicated with the unintended consequences. You know, vacancy is defined in our charter, and what we have here with the assembly seat is absolutely not a vacancy. And so to even use the idea of vacancy and then look at the procedures that we typically use for a vacancy seems to circumvent that really plain definition we have in those very specific circumstances in which a vacancy can exist. We don't get to redefine the term because it's in our charter. That's what the charter is there for, to set that definition. And continuing to suggest that there's a vacancy on the assembly ignores the plain language of the charter, and proceeding in a manner that suggests as much does, I think, damage. It does damage in that it's perpetuating something that's untrue. These words have specific definitions. If we want to change them, then the Charter Commission may be the route to go. If we need to, and I don't know that we need to do something that will deal with a temporary absence of a member because that seat is still filled. So I don't know that we need to take that up, but taking up the parameters for which to fill an actual vacancy as defined in the charter, as Mr. Perez-Verdia, Mr. Constant have both talked about, and Ms. Kennedy, that might be worthwhile. That would give us some clarity, but I'm happy to see this postponed. I hope we don't try to deal with exceptional circumstances that are really governed by hard and fast definitions in our charter in this way. Again, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. A number of things. I'll be brief. As brief as possible. What is reality, right? We face a fundamental question. You come before this room and this process, and we have people come up and they swear to the core of their being, and they know it's true that the charter states this vacancy shall be filled by a special election. That is the truth to them, but that is not what the paper says. That is not what the code says. And so we have a challenge in trying to help ourselves understand first and the public understand what is going on here. And I had fundamental problems with both of these documents, continue to question even right up to walking into the meeting, is this legal? Because I do take seriously the question of what does the charter say? What does the code say? And is this something we can even do? And so I'm glad we're stepping back from this ledge because I couldn't square it in my head. Now just a couple of sidebar notes. Somebody suggested in the testimony that tie votes are a problem. So we had a charter amendment last year that will be bringing on a 12th member to this body. And tie votes will happen. And in fact, they happen in legislative bodies across the country. Tie votes are not a problem. It's a loss. The motion does not prevail. And so we have to start socializing ourselves to the reality that tie votes are just normal in a legislative body. Maybe not ideal, but part of the process. To that end, you heard testimony about the single-member district, which is soon going away. Not soon enough. We have a census that is delayed, and the Alaska Constitution directs that the state can't really take up the question until the next year, which means 2022, which means the new seat may, depending on the timeline of the state and the federal processes, happen in time for the election in 2022, but probably it will compound back to 2023, which is a headache for people. But the downtown single-member district has a benefit that other districts, and in particular West Anchorage, doesn't have, and that is that we have half the population in proportional representation. That doesn't solve the problem of what happens when a personality conflict is so great that you can't have a working relationship with somebody, but that's just the reality, and hopefully there are other members that can pick up when a member can't meet the needs of a certain set of constituents. To that end, I'm hopeful that we will figure out a solution in the code and the charter to the question of the vacancy of the mayor, which will resolve this problem. And if nothing else, this emergency, this pandemic has clarified for us many areas that we can do better in what's written. And in that case, I would support a conversation about a charter commission coming up that could look closely at the documents and square them up. But thank you all.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That motion passes 10-0. Next is a item that was on our consent agenda that we changed to after 14J, so it is not a public hearing item. And I hope we can dispatch it quickly because I believe this is related to the other two items, and since those didn't pass, I think we can probably do the same thing here. So this
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Sorry, I was just wondering if we could take a 5-minute recess.
Oh, sure, we can.
Before that, Mr. Chair, I would ask to consider if we just don't move that item, if that's sufficient, so we don't have to take it up.
Thank you. Yeah, that's probably something we can do. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So, at Mr. Constant's suggestion, after I'm done reading the title for the next, if we can just not make a motion, so that way the item just dies for lack of a motion, that'd be great. So, we have item 10B6, resolution number AR 2021-31, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly initiating the process to appoint a person to temporarily fill seat E for District 3, West Anchorage during the period the Assembly Chair serves as acting mayor. Is there a motion? Okay, hearing none, that dies for lack of a motion. Next, we have item 14K, resolution number AR 2020-448, a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to, actually we're going to go ahead and start with our phone list and then we'll go to in-person. So let's go ahead and call Mr. Bruce Fansworth.
This is Bruce.
Hi, Mr. Fansworth. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14K, resolution number AR 2020-448. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Rivera, for the opportunity to address the Assembly. And my name's Bruce Farnsworth. I'm a longtime resident of Anchorage. I've lived here for about 42 years. I've raised 3 children, and I have here in Anchorage, and I have 3 grandchildren living here in the state. Tried to be active and contributing as a community member during that time, and seen a lot of Assembly meetings, and I'm sure it gets tiresome listening to people complain about your work every week, so I want to start by just offering my sympathies to you all for that. But now, on to my complaint. I don't have any comments on the content or specific provisions of the APD contract, but I just want to say a few words about the process. The APDE contract has been negotiated and rubber stamped kind of ritualistically every 5 years for all of my more than 40 decades living in Anchorage. And I think a generally accepted consensus that overall we are fortunate to have a very well-trained and professional police force and tend to have fewer major issues of corruption and abuse compared to many cities our size. That said, this particular contract cycle seems fundamentally different than many of the others in past years. For one thing, hundreds and hundreds of Anchorage citizens turned out throughout this past spring and summer to show solidarity with the nationwide Black Lives Matter protest movement and to say, and I think pretty clearly and loudly, that a conversation about whether it would be important to re-envision how various city departments could collaborate to address public safety issues and how the APDEA plays a role in fostering or impeding systemic change. And I think the administration was aware that that there was an active and both national and local conversation about these issues going on. I think you all know that as well, and yet, despite that fact, that the issues of local policing and broader issues of criminal justice reform have moved to the top of society's agenda, our civic leaders seem to have chosen to treat the renewal of the APDEA contract like it was just kind of business as usual. I mean, this is and it would sort of appear that you could make a case for that because it's just
Apologies for interrupting, sir, but your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Oh.
All right, we're going to go ahead and switch to in-person testimony. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you, Felix. Point of personal preference, I'd like to thank the unnamed assemblyman for recognizing Holocaust Day. And I'm part Jewish by genetics, and shalom to my Hebrew. So I want to get that out and thank him. On this particular police bargaining, I'm a little concerned because the police union, and I come from a family of union members, from miners to teachers to law enforcement to plumbers to sheet metal. I've been a union member in multiple occasions and gone on strike. But I'm a little concerned about all the union contracts, especially the police union. Now, I respect them. I've identified, several exemplary policemen, and I've had my issues with them, but I've never held any animosity. But enough is enough. I feel the police, when they can negotiate from years ago, I can't say, the other assemblywoman asked about Selkirk and Clayton. I could answer that question. But during that episode, they had a union dispute, and we had to settle for $32 million, going from 5 10s to 5 8s. We wanted to be more efficient. They kept the 4 10s, and we owed them all that overtime money. And it was disgraceful to have to pay it. Now, whoever signs this contract or takes police endorsements, hey, I want you to recluse yourselves, because they had a claim of $16.6 million, and guess what they could have got? $2.2 billion. Billion. Not million, billion. Now, who signs a contract like that? They would have bankrupted the city. Now, someone has to look at the fine print and break out a pencil and get an eraser on these negotiations that are so lucrative. I actually, from the results of calling them, I think they're working from home. And it's unbelievable. And if crime's going down, that's because I turned in 4 felonies and didn't get a police report. So you got to be real careful. And I didn't want the last academy. I said no. And she put in for mental health, etc. That was a good idea. That's what they should have did with that academy. This is a favorite. Everyone who agrees with me, don't raise your hand.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time is up.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. No questions. Welcome.
Good evening, William Topol, East Anchorage. My assembly members are supposed to be, my assembly representatives are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Peterson. Regarding this collective bargaining agreement, AR 2020-448, I just have a question here that maybe the assembly can answer, since there is no assembly memorandum 739-2020 out there in the lobby for us to look at, which may reference and give me an answer to my question. And my question is this: how much will it cost the city this year and in future years, and how much is that an increase over the existing contract? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for 43 years. First, on this proposal and contract, as I've said repeatedly for some time, we're in COVID. This is not the time to increase pay and benefits to government workers at this time when businesses are wondering if they're going to be in business tomorrow, and individuals are wondering if they're going to have a job tomorrow. Now, I'd like to go and refer to you and state, please read an article December 23rd, 2020 from the New York Times, "The Way the City's Lost Oversight of the Police." That's the title. And where I'm coming from is, and I'll read an excerpt of this respectfully. Throughout the 1970s, unions changed the disciplinary process. City by city, contract by contract, some provisions mirrored the rights of criminal defendants. For instance, allowing officers to see any evidence against them. Other measures went much further. Officers under review were given 24 or 48 hours or up to 30 days in Louisiana before investigators could interview them, which critics complained allowed errant cops to concoct a defense for any accusation. Many cities banned anonymous complaints. Reprimands could be erased from an officer's file after a few years. Many experts and public officials said cities failed to anticipate the long-term implications of such provisions. And then I'll go on to this basic thing. You've heard me for years dress with process. And I also have been known to call on attention to policies and procedures. And I can't but notice recently in the past year, the policy and procedures for the police department were not on the website, and there was an excuse given, well, it was taken down and we were working on it. I don't know if it's there today, but the result of them being there was a result of, I believe, litigation against the municipality of Anchorage. We need transparency. We need, and I'll remind you also this, across the country, the protests out there were anger coming out of experiences dealing with the police in many parts of our country. That is the result of why we had the so-called dealings with the forgive me, I'm tired, okay? But the idea of recordings and so forth, which you were trying to deal with. But look, number one, you don't give them increased pay. You don't give government employees increased pay and benefits at these times. We do not know our budget. And I say our budget, the state's budget. And in different communities, we don't know the future of what we're going to do. People don't know if they're going to have a home tomorrow or they're going to be losing the place they live in renting situation. So before you do anything, delay this.
Thank you
and
for
do
your
your
testimony.
reading and have another chance for public comment.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Niall Williams. I represent 1776 Alaska, freedom and liberty worldwide. I would like to first flip to the economic effects page prepared by Raylene Griffin, Labor Relations Director, telephone number 343-4478. It lists revenues for fiscal year 21, 22, 23, and 24. We see that in line item 1,000, through the chair, Alex Slivka, personal services. Do they mean personnel services? Because it appears that they're paying labor costs here. Or is that for the benefits that we're paying exorbitant costs for? It goes from 804 to 4,173 to 7,118 to 8,163. So that's over a 1,000% increase over 3 years. You must be out of your minds right now. I mean, we just gave them a $7 million bond last night to put on the ballot, and you know that's going to get approved. This is more parts of the CARES Act money laundering scheme of the municipality of Anchorage, as they have moved to buy hotels outside of the will of the people. Now they are laundering money.
Sir, that is not relevant to what we have before us.
Okay, let me get back on topic, Felix.
All right.
My apologies.
That's the only warning you're getting today.
I appreciate it, Chairperson. So we see that the municipality of Anchorage has to pay 90% of the health care contributions for the police department employees. Who on planet Earth gets 90% of their health care costs paid by their employer? We're also increasing the 401k match from 2 to 4%. It's disgusting. This has been held outside the will of the people. This needs to be tabled so that another public discourse can happen on this collective bargaining agreement. As well, I would like to speak to the final page, the AM 739-2020. It states on line item 10, we're going to change the crime prevention specialist to the community relations specialist. So why are we changing the language of that title of that job? Well, I argue it's because the Anchorage Police Department has no interest in preventing crime. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. We are fortunate in Anchorage to have an excellent police department. I've interacted with them on a number of different occasions, and they are uniformly professional, well-versed in their jobs. They do a really good job. I had the pleasure this summer to participate in a couple of Back the Blue rallies. That was a great pleasure. I appreciate our police force. I think we have a really good one. I also appreciate the folks behind the scenes who do the support work, the records clerks, the dispatchers, and so on. That being said, it keeps coming down to money, doesn't it? We're going to have less and less money. We're going to see contributions from the state scale back significantly. We're going to see contributions from the federal government scale back significantly. We're going to see fewer people able to pay their property taxes. We're going to see fewer people able to say their personal property. We have already fewer small business owners than we had in the past, thanks to our emergency orders. This contract is incredibly generous. The increase in the match to the 401k, the contributions to the health plan, the raises over the years, very, very generous. I wish that we could afford to be so generous with our law enforcement folks, but we can't. We need to face the reality that we're headed for a huge economic free fall. The money that we've got coming now that isn't enough to pay for our wants, that amount's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. We cannot afford this. Part of the situation we're in now is because in the past we've been very generous with our unions. It's never too late to turn around something. It's never too late to stop and reconsider and say, gosh, folks, we've had this COVID thing going on for most of the last year. We just don't have the money. Let's take another look at this. And any reasonable person is going to be willing to stop and look at the good of the whole. We can't afford this. We need to face our economic reality. We need to tighten our belts. We need to be a bit more fiscally responsible than we are currently being. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani. It's a little bit late in the process for me to make any major suggestions, but I'd like everybody, especially the members of the public, to know that a 4.3% match on a 401k is the national average for law enforcement officers, and it is very good that we have this type of package being presented to law enforcement, because law enforcement officers are leaving their agencies by the hundreds right now. We hold APD to a very high standard, and they should be compensated accordingly, and it should match all the way up through the the projected inflation that will happen in our society. We need to make sure that we are competitive when it comes to offering these compensation packages, especially because we live in Alaska. I mean, it's hard to get officers up here already, but now we look like a pretty good spot. We hold our officers accountable. We're not in a big city, so that's already great for these officers. And now their benefits package looks fantastic. So we're going to attract the best of the best and continue to hold them accountable. I mean, that's a win-win for Anchorage. I mean, yeah, we're going to spend money, but I mean, that's a pretty good spot to spend some money. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Constant, I actually have a question for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Imbriani. So I agree with the spirit of exactly what you said, but I don't think I agree that this is the most generous package. Some places have defined benefits where they actually get a pension and they know when they retire they will have the benefits necessary to survive. But so that's an issue we're working on to improve that for Alaskans, public safety and EMS. But what this agreement offers, separate from the 401k, which I agree with your summary, it offers a 1.2% increase over 3 years, so 3.6% raise over 3 years. Does that seem like an exorbitant amount of raise?
No, it doesn't sound exorbitant. I mean, the state already agreed to raise some of the other contracts 7% in 2 years. Right. So, I mean, that's a very small percentage for APD, and it still is making us an even more attractive place to come for law enforcement. I mean, the lateral transfers seem to be coming in like crazy based on what I've seen on APD's Facebook.
Yeah, so I think it's a fair deal. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome.
Dustin Sherman, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this 2020-448, but I do have a question. So from year to year, looking at the totals, and we got this from the administration, so you get $804,000 the first year, 4.173 million, 7.118 for 2023, and 8 million for 2024. Is that compound interest that I'm seeing going up annually? That's what it's just a question. And consulting with actually Mr. Topol here, that's kind of what we're looking at. So it'd be kind of a question that would be interesting to get answered. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any other testimony? Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think our phone testifier indicating, business as usual in 2020, 2021 seems a little odd. But I think Anchorage's recent history and the sacrifices it's made to reinvest in public safety and APD have shown real results. Our last crime stats update was very positive, but this investment that I fully support for APD, EA officers, and as we kind of had the rundown on the 401k, how it's commiserate with other folks, and similar the pay increases as highlighted by Mr. Constant. This investment has to be made along with investments that really make this not business as usual. We've invested in other things that really complement this investment, whether that's the mobile crisis team or early education. All of those investments, they enhance one another, and they enhance the public health and safety of our community. So I would urge a yes vote to continue the work to invest in public health and safety that we've already started, and to support APD, but also keep in mind it's a part of a larger strategy for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So one of the testifiers mentioned the change of a job line title from crime prevention specialist to community relations specialist. And I actually am really grateful to see this, because we have heard hours of testimony on how one of the major priorities that APD can do better on is engaging with communities in Anchorage in a way that helps them to feel comfortable and to have a better relationship. And so while I do appreciate we need crime prevention, one of the fundamental principles of crime prevention is good relationships with neighborhoods. And so I actually believe that is evidence outside of the budgetary questions that we have taken seriously the conversation about how to address relations in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. To address a few of the comments, one regarding the kind of Black Lives Matter and all the shakeup there and the discussion of defunding the police. And my answer to people is we tried defunding the police and we spent the last 5 years fixing it. And as Ms. Altel said, you know, it's had good results. Crime is down, reporting's better. They're just doing a better job because they have more people who can do it. And we are doing some of the cries for defund is to move funding to things that aren't policing that can deal with crime. And I think we have the mental health first responders and the core team and so on. So we're already funding those activities in other ways. This is expensive, but I think one of the speakers said that it makes us more competitive, and there have actually been challenges in the laterals where we were getting troopers to switch over to APD, but the state recently increased their pay substantially, so that dried up. So we do have a challenge, and going back, I think a lot of the changes with the whole Black Lives Matter movement is people don't want to be cops now. So it's a smaller pool of people to attract, and we do want the best cops, and we've done a good job doing that. Mr. Considine said that we also are challenged by other places that provide defined benefit plans. So we have people come up here, get trained and become good cops, and after 5 years they'll go down to places like that. So we're trying to retain those. So there's a step increase here that hopefully would keep them sticking with us for a little bit longer. But ultimately this is expensive, and it is a roughly $4 million increase next year, $3 million the next year, and then $1 million or so after that. And that we have a tax cap, so that means to pay for this we got to cut other places, and that is going to be very challenging. So, so I do support this. I think we have a good force. We need to retain it. This is negotiated in good faith, and I think we should do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have, I guess, one comment just to start off with, and that is I was actually very shocked when I saw what the cost estimates were for the entire contract. And anyway, to see it go from an $800,000 a year increase to an $8 million a year, that's really concerning. But I do have several specific questions. If there's someone that wants to take these on, that would be great. One of the questions I had was, obviously not every year there are additional step increases added, so I just wondered when was the last time new step increases were added to the APDEA contract.
Through the chair, this is Assistant Municipal Attorney Blair Christensen. My recollection is that it was 2 contracts ago.
So 2 3-year contracts ago, so 6 years ago?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm assuming that because we consistently have police academies going, that we're considering that the new staffing levels, particularly with the, I guess the most recent academy, I know Chief Dahl has said that he will be full up in staffing. So the numbers here in terms of the total earnings per year are considered full staffing level estimates.
Through the chair, this is Raylene Griffith. That is my understanding. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on the increase to the 401k match, what was the rationale behind that? Was that just in an effort to make it look similar to what other jurisdictions have, or was there something else behind that?
So through the chair, this is Raylene Griffith. This was to retain employees, as mentioned in the comments earlier, to attract employees to come up here and to retain them to fulfill their careers.
And if I'll, Mr. Chair, this is Jason Bockenshed. If I could just jump in and add a little bit more context through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy. One of the reasons why we also, looked at this area in particular, in addition to everything that Ms. Griffith mentioned, is that over the last couple of years, not only has the mayor, Chief Dahl, but also the Assembly has commented to the Alaska legislature on this issue in particular. And I believe it was Mr. Weddleton that referenced it briefly in terms of trying to return our first responder employees, at the very least, to a defined benefit retirement system. I think as some of the letters that both the mayor and Chief Dahl, and obviously the resolution that the Assembly approved back in 2019 regarding this issue, we have consistently said that one of the biggest issues that we are facing is that the employees that are typically what we would consider, I think, the backbone of any police department or public safety agency are those that are really in those core years of maybe between 5 and 15 years. And unfortunately, over the last several years, we are losing more and more of our officers to places around the country that do offer a defined benefit system. And, you know, as a result of the state legislature not acting on this, we felt that, you know, one of the things that we wanted to try to do in a creative way was figure out how could we, as the municipality, keep those core employees with us. You know, we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars before they ever hit the street training them. And then obviously we do a lot year over year to continue to you know, hold them to the highest standards. I think as many of the testifiers and many of the Assembly members have said, we hold our police department to very high standards. And the problem that we have seen is after 5 years or 7 years or 10 years, and all of the resources that we have put into them, outside of maybe Anchorage just being the place that they want to live, there are other locations around the country that offer better long-term security, financial security. And, you know, we hope that by, you know, increasing, you know, their 401k match and providing the step increase that is in there for those that reach a certain number of years with the police department, that we will do a better job of actually keeping and retaining those officers. And then certainly, hopefully, the hope would be that we will also be more competitive and we can attract good officers from other places. That is certainly what we want to try to do is continue to improve our police force. So those are kind of the big reasons as to why that particular piece was included in this negotiation.
Thank you. Do you have anything else, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, if I may, I have one more.
Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I appreciate all the information, Mr. Bockenstead. And, you know, I will say that I do know of several police officers who had intended to leave this summer, but when things got a little crazy down in the lower 48 and there was a lot of cry to defund police departments, I know those officers decided to stay. So I'm very thankful, very grateful for that. So I might just suggest that that sentiment about it being better in the lower 48 might be rapidly changing, and hopefully that will help a lot of our officers decide to stay here. But I think a lot of them stay here for a lot more reasons than the 401k match and the defined contribution question. But anyway, one more question though, just in regard to the opt-out payment. So why does the opt-out payment, why did that not change? It seems to me that we've got a lot of people who are opting out, and the payment that they get per month is going to stay the same for 6 years. So why are these people not seeing any kind of increased financial benefit to being a part of the opt-out program? Thanks.
Are you referring to the medical opt-out payment that
yes.
They receive if they don't want to be? I will say that is through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, and I'll let maybe Blair or Raylene correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is actually none of the healthcare related items actually changed from the previous contract. So that was just something that we thought we had negotiated a fair contract, with some of these other areas, and that was just not an area that was brought up during negotiations. But I'll let Blair or Raylene correct me, as they were part of the negotiation team.
Okay. Through the chair.
I would like. Okay.
Kennedy, I'm sorry.
Clarify that. Yes, thank you. But I'd like clarification then, because it looks to me like the healthcare portion does go up. In fact, it's increased by 5.85% per year. So you can correct me where I'm wrong on that one too. Thank you.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, this is Blair Christensen again. So, not to give a very convoluted answer, but all of the healthcare costs go through the same fund. And so the people who do not opt out of the plan, year after year, their percentage gets bigger and bigger. And just like our percentage gets bigger and bigger. And so to pay people more to opt out takes away from the money we can spend to lower the costs of the health insurance. And we've done surveys on the amount of money that is most incentivizing for opt-outs, and our consultants have told us that the amount that we offer is the most incentivizing, and also so provides the most opportunity to opt out, and we can use those savings to reduce the healthcare costs.
Okay, well, thank you. That does help with some of it, and it's very gracious of them to opt out and not actually require any more for that benefit that obviously the municipality gets. So thank you very much. I guess my only comment, Mr. Chair, would be that I hope that I'll actually get more officers out in my area, which, just as a reminder, is about 48% of the geographic area of the municipality, but I recognize that is a question for another day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. I got one point in response to Ms. Kennedy there. You should be careful what you wish for, because usually lots of cops mean because there's lots of crime. Just one thing, the presentation here on costs is a little misleading. And if you look at the summary on page 492 of our packet, it has the far right column is an increase over base period. And this is kind of a running cumulative total. So it's not, it would be correct that the first year it's $804,000 more because the raise kicks in halfway through the year. And then you see going over increase over base period column of $4 million for the second year. That is not an increase of $4 million for that year. That's that year plus that $800,000. And it's confused because at the bottom those numbers are totaled, and it doesn't make sense to total a running total. So in reality, if you look at the column total employer costs, the first year we pay $804,000 more. The second year it jumps up to $3.5 million. The third year, $3 million, and the last year another $1 million. So, the cumulative is about $2 million a year. So I don't know, to the people who present this, that increase over base period might have value to someone, but you certainly can't total it, because that is a meaningless number, and it's somewhat frightening to make us think, oh, it's $20 million when it's not. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14L, ordinance number AO 2021-1, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Clean Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $7,963,018 for the purpose of financing a portion of 14 AWU capital improvement wastewater projects and providing for related matters. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly. Niall Williams. I represent 1776 Alaska. I oppose AO 2021-1. And through the chair, I'd like to propose that someone make an amendment to this, giving municipal land a tax credit if they decide to dig their own well in their yard. It's time that we allow for tax credits for those citizens that seek to have clean water from the earth. God makes us clean water already. We also need to stop destroying the municipal water supply by adding hexafluoric chromium, fluoride, lead, and other toxic substances to the water. We need to allow for tax credits for people to drill wells. We need to remove the regulatory costs for that. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome. Yellow button, please. There you
Get
go.
on? Okay. Thank you. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for 43 years. This is talking about borrowing money, number one, and it's talking about dealing with sewer improvements, okay? That's the basis of it, but the word borrowing is a deep concern because all I see is borrow money, how is it going to be paid, and in this financial situation the state is in, municipalities in, and other communities in the state and the country are in, this issue of borrowing means someone has to pay the price of that borrowed money. Now, I'd like to say this in respect, though, and I've got to give Anchorage credit. I've been here a long time in Alaska. When there was a lot of money out there, billions and billions of surplus money, Anchorage did do certain things that I have to compliment many administrations over the years. They put what we call infrastructure, and what we're talking about, and when I say infrastructure, these type of things in. When there was that money out there, and they went to the state, and they put that very infrastructure. Communities out like next door in the valley, there's little or no infrastructure dealing with sewer. You have done it, but you went ahead in itself, respectively, and you had the opportunity to see money there without having that cost come back and say, how are we going to pay it? Whereas his next door neighbor, 100,000 people, I've not even done the necessary infrastructure, and it's going to be amazing price for that community to have to pay. But in this episode here, and we are in COVID time, and I'm not questioning the need and where you're going, but the question is how you're paying for it and how you have to repay it and where the money's going to come, because you keep on approving these projects and bonds and all that, but in the end, you have to pay the price. Now, in closing, Alaska has a lot of advantages that other communities don't. New York City's got wanting where they're going to pay billions and billions of deficit running their subway. In our transportation system, we don't have that kind of price tag and fear. What it still comes down to is we have to proceed with caution, and we have to understand that you just can't put it off. And thank you very much with 34 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Next, we have item 14M, ordinance number AO 2021-2, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Drinking Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $13,679,569 for the purpose of financing a portion of 14 AWU capital improvement water projects and providing for related matters. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani. Much like the last bill, or much like the last allocation of funds for the police, a little bit late to the process, but I would hope that in the future the Assembly would look at considering other forms of revenue that would come in to fund something like this. There are a lot of properties or a lot of different buildings that get tax breaks that have very large parking lots. I know that I think it's Georgia, they have some type of tax based off of runoff, and I mean, this is water. This is the life source of humanity, and like, we have to pay for water? I mean, it falls out the sky. I mean, forgive me for sounding naive, but I mean, this is the lifeblood of people. Without water, I mean, you can survive days without food. You can only survive a shorter period of time without water. You can go weeks without food. So yeah, just throwing that out there.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, Niall Williams. I represent 1776 Alaska, freedom and liberty worldwide. I've been waiting for this moment right here to get to the last one of these bonds that we're purchasing. So the total amount of the bonds between all the different resolutions, the ones that will be on the ballot, all the way up through this one, is going to be $81 million in principal, approximately, give or take a few $100,000. That's approximately $137 million payback, and that's all based on a 2% interest rate. Currently, the federal government is in default, trillions of dollars of loans. So what that causes is there's an inflationary rate hike coming. The Fed is going to raise the interest rate. When that happens, it's going to be laughable to watch the municipality of Anchorage default on these bonds. And who will be the bondholders? That will be who will take the land. That will be who will seize the assets from you when you are unable to pay the notes to the bank. Or are you just going to continue to steal people's property and continue to tax more? At a certain point, this has to stop. Let's just say that the interest rate went up to 4% on these 20-year bonds. That would more than triple the cost of the payback. Then it would be up in the $350 million range. If you can't pay the note, the interest, and the debt service, they come and seize the property. The biggest debtor, Communist China. They'll come, they'll own this assembly chamber. They'll own the chairs you're sitting in, the ELO computer monitors, everything. The camera. Xi Jinping will be in charge of that camera. Another thing, water is a human right. You have no right to take out a bond for $13 million that's going to have, at the current rate of interest, over a $21 million payback. You have no right to tax us on water. Water is a natural right. It's a human right to be able to drink it, to be able to get it, to be able to drill wells at our disposal. You want to talk about justice and equity. What happens if there's a problem when there's a single municipal water source and there's a terroristic attack where someone dumps a poison into that water supply? What happens when the stores are closed down because we're in a civil emergency? Austin Quinn Davidson can shut down the stores summarily. Then what do we do for fresh water? How do you keep your babies alive without water? That's justice and equity.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Were you coming in line? Sorry, I didn't notice. Go ahead. If the body is okay, I'm just going to go ahead and reopen and go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Assembly. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I'll be very brief, but I'd like to tie two things. One is the other one we're dealing with sewer, the other dealing with water connections and all that, and that's this one. All these have costs, and your proposals on both of them are going out to borrow the money. On one, I'd like to make a reference, and that is on the sewer, respectfully, in short. The $1 billion price tag that was brought to you at a remote meeting, I believe, last week, to remind you of those kind of costs. And what kind of price tag that we have to, when I say the state has to look at, and you have to look at, as far as what you have to do constructively. What you've got here is a proposal for X amount of money to borrow. But you have a clear picture of all the kind of projects out there and all the kind of costs, and particularly what happened at that remote meeting last week. You heard the anxiety, basically, with the administration telling you, departments, that you may be faced with that $1 billion ticket, and how are you going to handle it when that environmental question hits the fan and how many applications are allowed to happen. You need to look at this thing, and you also need to really look at is what is the quality of the water out there? How is it being managed? That's provided when you turn on the faucet. Most people don't think about that. And when you go and approve these projects respectfully, you need to look at the full picture and examine the costs for today, tomorrow, and what your needs are, and is it more realistic to deal with these projects today or tomorrow. But most important, you need to have a more portrait of exactly what's before you start going and says, okay, here's a list of projects and this. Because that $1 billion ticket item, I'm sure, was a surprise to some of you dealing with the sewer thing. And the partnership of dealing with that factor is, as you realize, is the Matsu Valley too. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you with 35 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, seeing no one else, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Slivka?
Yeah, just some Bond 101 education for a couple minutes. So the way these work is these are both borrowing programs that route money from the federal government to the state. They are very low interest rate and they are fixed. So we can borrow money at 1.5% to 2%, and if you think that's the average rate of inflation, then our real cost of money is zero. And so these projects, the way these work is that AWU is, and they've listed what these various projects are to maintain both the sewer system and the water system. So they work together with the state on the projects. They're constructed, and then we go and ask for the ability to borrow this money in order to pay for those. It's the cheapest way for AWU to maintain the system that they have in place. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that AWU is a utility, and so the costs are paid by ratepayers and not through general government and through taxes. And that these, as Mr. Haberman noted, will cover the costs of projects and not just the water itself, but moving the water. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And Anchorage historically and currently has some of the cleanest water in the United States of America, carried to thousands and thousands of homes across one of the largest municipalities, if not the largest municipality in the country. And they do it professionally. They do it in a way that is as affordable as possible. And the best way to ensure the human right of water is maintained for people is to ensure that the utility is healthy and vital. And this continues that process.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presbyterian?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14N, resolution number AR 2021-14. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating funds to settle a dispute related to the Tudor Elmore Development Project. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Oh. Welcome. And then if anyone else would like to testify, please get in line. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani. From generally reading this, it seems like a cautionary tale that we should heed at this moment in time, especially with the allocation or the attempted allocation as of this moment for the buildings to house the homeless. A lot of work and preparation went into planning this, what seemed to be prematurely, just based on the general reading. Like I said, it's something that we need to take into consideration when planning projects. We want to make sure that we're out of one space before planning the next one in the exact same one, because, I mean, $1 million could have funded those body-worn cameras that we were talking about last night. So just a word of caution, a cautionary tale. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. How do we refer to assembly people if you can't say their names?
Excuse me.
Besides being vulgar.
Here, I'll pause your time. So you can refer to an assembly member. I think someone just made a suggestion through the chair to speak about assembly member Allard or Weddleton. But the request, of course, is that you do so in a respectful manner if you want to refer to some comments that they made. So that's the general rule.
I almost completed my anger management, so I'm doing better. Anyway, on these negotiations, I'm real surprised. I think a gentleman was drowned it out from Ashburn and Mason, and those attorneys got me for the $400,000 for 2 trees. I don't know, these settlements and lawyers, I don't know if you sub out to work, but that's a lot of money and for making a mistake. And you must have a gazillion lawyers on staff, and I don't see that as good negotiating. And then it's offensive because, you know, I asked for my penalties on my taxes to be forgiven, and I owe restitution for the chlorine. And hey, I'll do the jail time. It's a year. I can shorten it by going to jail, which I hope to do. I don't want the probation. But the forgiveness on these negotiations, it's unbelievable and unfathomable that these numbers come out like this on a mistake. And I think it's lucrative for the attorneys, and it just seems like a huge settlement when we have other issues on the table. And believe me, they can tie you up in court, and you should have maybe settled it early for less, but that sounds very huge for what's occurring with the pandemic, the economy, and letting loose of this money at this time. So, you know, I'd like my tax penalties forgiven. I would negotiate to get my restitution a sponge for doing a good thing in disaffecting a really highly contaminated area, and don't waste the money. It's pretty excessive. And I do have a little time, and yes, Ms. Zanatel, if I can use up my minutes off course, she asked about Lydia Selcraig and the lawyer, or the mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Oliva. So I'm going to ask that these comments be saved for final audience participation.
Okay, so I can do that, you know, I was just trying to stay on topic, yet maybe she need to be schooled.
If this is on topic, please continue. But if it is not on topic, the item we have before us, please do it during final
I
audience
didn't create the universe, but I can explain it.
Okay. Well, I look forward to that explanation later tonight. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly members. Niall Williams. I represent 1776 Alaska, freedom and liberty worldwide. In response to this dispute here, I would say I'm happy if we're canceling this project. It's a nice forested area over there that should be maintained for the moose and bear population. With regards to the amount of money that we're paying out here, couple million bucks, $2,120,000 that we're paying out for unresolved debts in this dispute. It just shows you how the municipalities, how government is not the solution to problems, private business is. We pay 1, 2, 3, 4, we got another 5 lawyers and accountants on the phones usually every night at the assembly meetings, and you're still paying out over $1 million bucks? And then another one for to deal with engineers and developers. It's an absolute disgrace. This just shows you when you don't open stuff up to the public so we can testify and give our will as to what we want, then you pay the price of a penalty. This $2 million, it could have went to the gift card relief program that's over 3 times over enrolled to give extra relief to the business people and the low-income people that you all say you support that are out of work because the restaurants are at 25% and closing at a fast rate. It would have more than half paid for the bond for the police cars that y'all wanted last night that's going to be put on the ballot that we don't need. Or you could just give a bonus to everyone in the room that comes to more than one assembly meeting every quarter. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Massachusetts Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like public interest. I see this as basically a settlement. I understand that. But what concerns me is, and I need to bring it out, and it's on topic respectfully, is because of my history in the municipality of Anchorage and aware of the past history back when George Stone was mayor, the concept of where buildings were built, respectfully, the state and federal government offices and the muni was downtown Anchorage. That was the premise. Consolidation. That's why there's a former name, I believe, was a Hill building and so forth. And then one big project, the police department, and was way out of, and then you moved it here, but then there was a lease scenario, which was questionable. But what I'm seeing here on this document, and it needs to be addressed, and you might say that, oh, it's already been addressed, and I suspect Constant's going to say we had a lot of discussion on it. But with all due respect, Assembly Member Constant, who's shaking his head yes with my remarks, the health department building is being moved out of downtown Anchorage. The logistics of that is totally unfair for the parties who use that facility, and the transportation connections are totally difficult for those people who are already in difficult, many who are already having difficulties when they come to the health department to have that distance. Also, the reference to the buses and how that works. And I remember the history, in short, recent history, of the concerns about having the buses being moved here and so forth. This moving around areas where you've already dedicated and then decide, okay, I'm going to move it over here because we're going to put housing over here and make Anchorage, downtown Anchorage, look more, people are living in downtown Anchorage. But what has happened is you ignored the principle, what the original founders of this city had decided, and the public decided, that downtown Anchorage would be this way. And the idea of logistics, we need to be more connected and make it easier for people to be getting access to the federal government, state government, and local government. But you're moving the health department out of reach, or it's not totally out of reach, but making it more difficulty is not the right thing to do. And there shows a lack of compassion to those who are most in need and have the most difficulty to get around. And I close with that. Look what you've done, and look at now you're dealing with a financial settlement and more costs that didn't have to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Scott Anderson. I'll be very short. I guess now that Tajma Berkowitz isn't going to be built, we have a great place to put homeless services.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the administration. I think it's a fair question to ask. How do we end up in this situation, and what can we do to avoid this kind of scenario in the future? If someone from the administration would address that, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. Assemblymember LaFrance, I think it's a good question to ask, and in some ways my answer will be partly this is not the worst place to end, and you'll understand why I mean that in a second. And then secondly, the terms of the agreement, development agreement that ultimately were the ways in which the project defaulted and set the parameters by which we negotiated the settlement through mediation, all were designed to minimize the risk to the municipality and avoid some kind of failure, ultimately some kind of failure in the future. But the first part of my answer, that this is not the worst outcome in the world, is simply because we learn a lot in the world through trial and error. We learn a lot in the world sometimes by pushing new ideas that ultimately don't work out. And in this case, we started with what was a fairly radical, or actually a fairly normal problem. We have a building that needs to be replaced. We have a department that needs to grow. How do we achieve that? So we put it out for RFP to see what the private sector would bring back. And ultimately, what we ended up with was an interesting set of proposals from separate parties who ultimately became the joint venture that were awarded the bid to pursue the project. It was a different approach that hadn't been tried before. It was a new way of doing things, and ultimately, we're at the point now where it didn't work out. But it taught us a lot, and more importantly, it accomplished a lot for the municipality along the way. Keep in mind that during this entire process, both parties had obligations and responsibilities related to development of the site and objectives. And the municipality held up our end of the bargain. So we actually did a lot of work on both the Tudor Elmore site itself, but also the hopefully the future student transportation facility on the east end of the APD campus. And that work is not lost because, we had a lot of entitlements and a lot of engineering and other permitting work to do. We carry all that forward with us. We'll find another way to solve the central problem or challenge that we set out to solve 2.5 years ago. And it's ultimately not the worst way to end this project. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schutte. I appreciate that there's value to this project and that work was done, and also that this has been a mediated agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. As Mr. Haberman pointed out, this did go through a number of processes. I think we've had probably 6 or 8 public hearings on the various items underneath this package, and none of them were enough to immunize us from a failure of a project to become successful. Anytime you have a really quality project, there are pitfalls along the way. Many projects die on the vine. It's regrettable. I'm super frustrated that we're paying out this money. I don't know what else there is to do. It's not $2 million as was reported. It's $1,060,000 total, which is not a small sum of money. I don't mean to minimize that. It certainly raises the level of scrutiny that this body has to apply to future developments in the context of this project. And I know that, like Mr. Haberman said, that the health department downtown has a purpose. Being downtown, although it can be argued that health services should be concentrated near the UMed, that's a land use planning conversation. So it just sucks, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. Question for the administration. Why wasn't the assembly briefed, possibly in executive session, about the options to pursue to resolve this issue? It seems like if it went to mediation, that it may have been litigation that we would typically be briefed on.
Yeah, through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development, to Assemblymember Zolotel. The mediation actually was a required term of the development agreement. So the development agreement spelled out various steps to go through should a dispute or a disagreement in the project arise. So it did not reach the stage of litigation. It was following the conflict resolution steps that were required per the development agreement. Thank you.
May I ask a follow-up? Is that a common term that we put in our development agreements?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zolotel, I wouldn't say I have visibility into all the development agreements to which the municipality is party, but I think mediation as a resolution dispute tool is fairly common in development agreements, generically speaking. Thank you.
Actually, may I make a quick comment to
Sure.
follow up? So, yeah, I'm really disappointed in the outcome here. I know, this is in Midtown where we have folks who are really looking forward to seeing this come to fruition. And I know it doesn't necessarily kill it forever, but it does take us back quite a few steps. And I definitely want to spend some time scrutinizing these development agreements, particularly, I value mediation. I think it's a great dispute resolution tool, but I want to make sure that this body is looped in earlier in the process. I know we have the item here. We were able to get information about it, but there seems like there's just a lot at stake when we get this far down into a project, and I think we need to make sure that we're actively monitoring that and providing input. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. With that, we now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-20, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5936 and restaurant designation permit for Ducey Cistern LPDBA Steamed Hot Coffee. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So despite all rumor to the contrary, not all businesses are being killed. In fact, I know of this restaurant and I know of another restaurant downtown on G and 3rd Avenue that's going to be opening next week. And I'm really grateful to those visionary entrepreneurs who are willing to continue taking the risk to see through this very difficult time, that the light is on the horizon and hopefully it's not a train. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15B, resolution number AR 2021-21, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 5822 for Hookali LLC DBA Sammy's City Diner. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly. Niall Williams, represent 1776 Alaska. I'd like to congratulate you for once again not allowing for the standard amount of time for protest. As well, there's no listing in here that states that they publish this in any newspapers as they're supposed to. There's no postings in any local areas near there. It's not in the post office that's on Minnesota. So public notice has not occurred properly on this item. Should be tabled until the next meeting. No issue with Sammy's Diner in general. I know that Mr. Hookali has been struggling greatly due to the municipality of Anchorage's immense and terrible regulations that, regardless of through the chair how other assembly members may think, it is destroying and killing businesses. It's time to reopen Anchorage now, that's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15C, resolution number AR 2021-22, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership and location of beverage dispensary liquor license number 135 for Mariela Valencia, DBA El Dorado.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly. Niall Williams, represent 1776 Alaska. In response to this, a strong opposition is needed and a no vote on 2021-22. If you flip through the packet, you'll see that they had initially written a check on 3/6/20 to the Greater Anchorage, Inc. That check came back bounced. They didn't reissue the check until over 120 days later. So a company that's going to issue their license fees and then bounce the check, I don't trust them to be able to deal with properly carding people and not serving minors. Another thing, you see Ferrandi all over this. So I'd like to ask you, is Ferrandi just, I mean, I'm kind of new to Alaska. I've only been here a couple years. Are they a drug dealer? Or are they a family type of event? Because I'm a little confused. Strong opposition is needed to anyone that can't pay their bills on time and has NSF checks. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. It feels pretty wonderful to be up here to speak in support of something. I think I'm going to take a moment to just kind of enjoy that thought. The folks at El Dorado are wonderful. They work hard. They're disciplined. They work to the highest standard. They are excellent people. I know, without a doubt, that they will treat this responsibility with great care and great dedication to do it right. They've been struggling mightily, as all of our businesses have, with the emergency orders and with the changes in District 4, with the proposed, now canceled, day services shelter just a little ways away from them. They've really been struggling, and they've been working really, really hard at improving their business and drawing in customers and adapting to the destruction inflicted on them by our city, by our leadership, by our administration. So I am so delighted to see this up here, and I am just so hopeful that this will provide them with a little bit of a boost and make them a little bit more attractive. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. That completes our regular agenda. Next, we have final audience participation. So we're going to go off of the priority final audience participation lists. So no need to get in line just yet. What I'm going to do is call 3 people at a time down the list, and then we'll get through everyone. It's a little bit of a lengthy list, and then other folks not on the list may testify if we have remaining time after we get through the priority list. So the first 3 people on the list are Bernadette Wilson, Luis Embriani, and Dr. Michael Hannafin. Welcome.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bernadette Wilson. There has been a lot of talk on this body regarding multiple things surrounding what would boil down to an issue of freedom of speech. There has been talk about what comments are racist, sexist, acceptable, not acceptable. And so in that vein, I share this testimony with you tonight. Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, APDEA, I hope you are listening because I want an answer from you tonight. I want an explanation, and I will warn you, if you are watching this and you have young children watching, I'm going to ask you to please shut this testimony off so that your kids don't hear this. These comments tonight are not my own. They are offensive. They are entirely inappropriate and should never have been said. I quote, September 1st, 2019, this comment made by a member of this body, quote, your prayers are worthless. October 13th, 2019, I quote, oh damn, he's a scummy pastor. No wonder he likes Trump. Birds of a fallen feather. Again, I quote, Suzanne Downing is a callous, unfit, nasty trash mouth. Y'all know me, I cuss like a sailor, read between the lines. I quote, hey ass, shut your ignorant child mouth. I'm strongly supportive of law enforcement and black lives. I am endorsed by APDEA and you support traitors. Bye, child. I quote again, December 2nd of 2020. When did Craig Campbell become such a failure? If you don't need the support, don't apply, piece of shit. End quote. All of those through the chair came from Assemblyman Christopher Constant. Now, if you want to start talking about censures through the chair, Ms. Zalatel, you better go back because you got a way to go, honey. I'll tell you what, if censures is the answer, you are farther behind than our kids are in education. And let me tell you something, the only reason any of you can stand up here and make those nasty comments about religion, women, and everybody in between, you better thank the good Lord that you live in this country. Because I will tell you what protects your First Amendment rights is the fact that you are under the protection of God, gun, guts, and glory. And you better not forget that the next time that Pledge of Allegiance comes up and it is one nation under God. You ought to be so offended. How dare you act as though you're offended by another member's comments? And there is more if I had more time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Participation. Welcome.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani. I'm going to change my testimony a little bit from what I had planned based on a lot of the comments that were made yesterday and today. Some assembly members have said some things that some perceive as offensive. They've apologized. Let's move on. We're in a state of emergency here, people. We got pressing issues. But I'll say it, I've said it before and I'll say it again. There is currently no public health emergency based on the definition of a public health emergency as written in municipal code. We can't keep everyone from getting sick, vaccine or not, because we cannot control what people do. Even with these mandates about large gatherings and masks, people are still gathering in large groups without masks on a regular basis. Believe it or not, it is happening. An assembly member brought to my attention a state epi at a community council meeting, and they were happy to claim that the mandates are working. However, that epi is just an observation of a trend from one data set. It's not compared to anything. It is an observation. It is the very first step of the scientific process. Observation, very first step. If you want to claim, look at the science, then let's finish the scientific process and find the true answer rather than jumping to conclusions. The positive rates keep dropping in Anchorage, and not just Anchorage, but statewide, and in 13 other states, which happen to have the same trends over the same time frame as Alaska. And we all have a different approach to COVID, but we still all have the same trends. 13 states, 14 including Alaska. So maybe it's not the mandates. Maybe it's one of the mandates. We don't know. We haven't done the research. We have the opportunity, but we just need to do it. Yeah, I'll skip that. I've said it before. I mean, I'm sounding like a broken record. And we need to look at what's working and what's not what we think is working. I mean, I heard the mayor talk about she's talking to members in the hockey community, leaders in the hockey community. I'm one of those. I mean, I'm here talking about myself and I'm here representing myself today, but I do work, or I do sit on the board of Anchorage hockey officials, and none of our members had any clue that she was being talked to. The rules that she makes have impacted us. I mean, I'm traveling to the valley to work because of the rules that she's made. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Dr. Michael Hannafin, chiropractor, local business owner, and veteran. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the coming ordinance that Representative Weddleton and LaFrance and Zalatel have put forward. The new proposed ordinance requiring face masks or coverings is a complete abuse of power. First, our police force is far more pressing crimes to deal with than chasing non-mask wearing Anchorage residents. Second, there's still no definitive science, clinical or otherwise, that masking healthy individuals does anything to stop the spread. Your lockdowns have done nothing but spread the virus more. It has been proven by the Journal of American Medical Association, December 14th, 2020 article, Household Transmissions of COVID-2. This article points to the fact that asymptomatic spread is extremely low, if not a factor at all. Your ordinance states a significant portion of the individuals with COVID-19 are capable of transmitting the disease to others before or without showing any symptoms. This is factually false, and at the very least requires you to relook at it. The only semi-effective face coverings are the N95 masks. We have a low proportion of those in the society, and those are the only ones that have shown any effectiveness at all, but also the only studies that have been done have been in hospital settings. So when we look at the masks like I'm wearing, they become damp, covered, spread. I touch it all the time when I do have to wear it. And I want to point out with my remaining time that as I stated back in November 16th testimony to you, that the PCR test was being cycled at too many times to become valid. That has been proven and just released by the World Health Organization, and they admitted that as of January 20th. It is a dereliction of duty for you and for Dr. Zink and any other providers that are advising you to not follow the science or at least look at additional research that refutes what's being said. Dr. Juliette Morris, PhD, a virologist, Mr. Constant, from the University of California, Riverside, stated she's shocked that people would think that 40 cycles could represent a positive test. A reasonable cutoff would be 30 to 35. With a cutoff of 35 cycles, about 43% of those tests would no longer be positive. With a cycle cutoff of 30, that would mean that 63% would no longer be positive tests. I testified to this. None of you listened. I'm telling you again, your mandates and trying to change things to a law outside of a mandate, you stated that a mandate is a law. So what is your point in doing this? There is no point. I oppose the coming ordinance.
Thank you. All right, our next three on the list are Nathan Marshall, Martin Grossman, and Niall Williams. All right, let's go ahead. So we have phone numbers for a lot of these. So let's go ahead and start with Mr. Marshall.
Good evening. I'm going to start with an anonymous post on Twitter. COVID is a true killer. So far it's killed the flu, cancer, heart disease. It's killed the ability to think, logic, and common sense. It killed the economy, the working class, and millions of jobs. It killed millions of businesses, human connection, love, and compassion. We didn't have to go into such a turmoil state that we are in right now. We didn't have to lock the place down. You guys caused this destruction. I'm going to say this just like everybody else comes up here and says the same thing I am saying. You caused the destruction. Are you going to listen? No. You know how many lives you've ruined by your mandates? Yes, you do. But do you care? No. Do you know how many businesses you've put in the ground because of your mandates and lockdowns? Yes, you do. But do you care? No. 25 million COVID cases in the United States. That's our current count. Do you know how many flu cases we had last year? 56 million. Did we mask up? Did we lock down? No. Did we close businesses? No. There's more than just COVID as an airborne disease. Influenza, chickenpox, mumps, measles, whooping cough, tuberculosis, diphtheria. I could go on forever. So why are we masking up now? What is this going to do for COVID that it hasn't done for anything else if we were to wear it for that? Start acting like adults. Start caring for this city. You guys want nothing more than to see us suffer so you guys can continue getting your paychecks. Why? Answer me. Answer this city. What have we done to deserve this? Take a moment to see think about where you're sitting now. You're there because people voted you in. Then you go and turn around and stab us in the back. How dare you? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Grossman. I don't think he is in the room, so let's go ahead and call Mr. Grossman.
Hello?
Hi, is Mr. Grossman available?
Who may I say is calling?
Yeah, this is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. Mr. Grossman signed up to testify.
I understand. Just a moment.
Thank you.
Martin? What? Felix is in the assembly.
What's this now?
Felix is in the assembly. They're ready to have you testify.
I don't want to talk.
He's not available tonight. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night. All right, let's go ahead and go with Mr. Williams. Welcome.
Well, the madam on the phone teed it up for me pretty well. Niall Williams, I represent 1776 Alaska. I'm running for school board. I will vote to never close schools down again. I will always oppose those members that want to discriminate over wearing face diapers. This disgusting thing. If you pass this resolution or this ordinance to mandate masks, I promise you civil disobedience. And I promise you, you will be defeated in the court of law. Every single one of you. Disgraceful people. Another thing, I wanted to speak to Peterson and Dunbar through the chair, the AWOL people. Every time that they vote, they're always in succession. Everyone else votes across the dais. One after the next, after the next, after the next. They're always together. They're playing a recording. Peterson's in a freezer in Dunbar's kitchen. And I know it's funny, Constant, because he is through the chair. And through the chair, what do you think a vacancy is? There's a vacancy through this. It's empty. I don't care how many times you stand up there and retell the same lie. If I stand in this room and I say I'm 12 feet tall until I'm blue in the face, am I going to be 12 feet tall? No, I'm still 5'9", barely 160 pounds soaking wet. You can keep telling the same lie. Even through the chair, Kate Vogel couldn't even keep up with it. She said it was a vacancy over the phone. I heard her. Dean Gates, he
sir,
conferred on it.
I'm not going to let you start talking about staff, so keep it towards us, please. Thank you.
Understood. Just to let you know through the chair, you're all going to jail, every last one of you. You violated your oath of office. You're not supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States of America. You're not supporting and defending the Constitution of the state of Alaska. Freedom of speech is one of those things that's included. Freedom of religion. Freedom of the enjoyment of rewards of our own industry. You're violating all those. The municipal charter might as well be a trampled document to stomp on. It's disgusting. The Pledge of Allegiance, right on my shirt right here. Passed 2 times, yesterday and today. Yesterday it was Ivan Hodes that said it. Today it was Alexander Slivka. I'm sick of it being rushed through. And then 3.5 minutes on a land acknowledgement. This is God's land. You don't own a damn thing here. And if you think you're going to tax us to death and into oblivion, you're all going to jail. Every last one of you. Sick of it.
Sick of it.
Thank
This
you. Your time
plantation is disgusting.
Your time is up, sir.
Are we not good enough to see
Okay,
you
security,
again?
thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on. Next three on our list are Ivan Hodes, Kachin McRae, and Rebecca Gall. So I don't, thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and call Mr. Hodes.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Hodes. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would actually like to address the atmosphere that I saw when I came to do audience participation before the body yesterday. And I was perturbed by the lack of civility, the lack of comedy that I saw. So I wanted to express my appreciation to all of you on the Assembly for comporting yourself very professionally in the face of that disrespect. And I want to, I guess, remind my fellow citizens that, yes, we have the First Amendment right to petition our elected officials. I'm obviously taking advantage of that, and everybody supports doing that. The civic participation is great. So we have that. We have those rights. We have the right to free speech. We have the right to address our elected officials. But we also have a responsibility, I think, as citizens to conduct ourselves respectfully when we do so. So I would just like to remind those who come to testify before this assembly that it's in the interest of all of us, citizens, legislators, all of us who seek a civil society, to conduct ourselves in a civil way when we're interacting with our democratically elected government. And I want to especially thank Assemblywoman Allard for encouraging those who came out perhaps to support her to conduct themselves in that way. I think it made a real difference. So I just wanted to, and I know I apologize if I've broken a rule by addressing an assembly member by name, but I did want to recognize Assemblywoman Allard for her role in that. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I have a question for you, sir, from Ms. Allard.
Yes, go ahead.
Actually, Chair, Ivan, I want to thank you, and I'm glad we had our discussion last night, and I appreciate being able to represent you, and I will do a better job at doing so. Thank you for being part of our district.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to go to Ms. McRae. Okay, great. Oh, actually, before you, if you can turn yellow button.
Button.
Yep, there we go.
Got it. Thank you. Hello and thank you. My name is Kachin McRae. I'm here because I am opposed to all of the emergency orders that have been put into place by the municipality, and I'm especially opposed to the idea that that might be made into ordinance. I won't get into the science here, except to say that I have taken a look at the research. I believe that it is far from conclusive. There are a number of dissenting opinions from very respected scientists, and there is significant evidence of physical and psychological harms that can be caused by wearing masks. However, the main reason I don't want to focus on the science today is because I think that fundamentally science is a tool that we can use to help us understand the world. When used correctly, it can be extremely powerful and can help to inform our actions. However, it can never be the end of the conversation. Science can tell us what is, but it cannot tell us what to do about it. It cannot tell us how to prioritize and how to make decisions about trade-offs. For that, we have to turn to philosophy, specifically the underlying political philosophy of the United States of America, that we are born with inalienable rights. We're born with them, which means that the government cannot take them away from us. Because of this, we have the right to live freely, to make our own choices, to decide with whom to associate, where to gather, how to operate our businesses, and how to manage our private property, whether or not to show our face to our friends and neighbors, which is a fundamental part of being human. If the government decides that they can violate these rights anytime they deem it necessary, then we don't really have those rights protected at all. I don't believe that the government can violate these rights even in an emergency, and certainly not as a part of regular ordinance. We all weigh risks differently. The government cannot make blanket decisions about what is best for us. We must trust individuals to make their own choices and to take responsibility for their own health and safety. This is the only way for us to function as a society. When we take away choice, we take away adulthood, we take away agency, and fundamentally we take away humanity. Perhaps I am worried about the virus. Perhaps I or someone that I love is at increased risk of a negative outcome from COVID. In that case, I can choose to stay home whenever possible. I can choose to wear a mask, and I can ask but not order those around me to wear a mask in my presence. I can choose to avoid going to restaurants and use curbside service to meet my needs without taking on unnecessary risk. And I absolutely have the right to make those choices. However, perhaps I believe that engaging in a vigorous workout while wearing a mask is actually more dangerous to my health than is the virus. Maybe as a parent, I worry less about my child getting COVID than the social isolation and the psychological stress that she feels from rarely seeing a human face. Maybe I'm 80 years old with multiple medical conditions and at increased risk from COVID, but I would still rather spend my final days with my family and my friends at my favorite restaurant, seeing smiling faces instead of an emotionless mask. And I believe that I have the right to make those choices because it's my priorities. So please look at the science, including dissenting opinions, make recommendations, but then get out of the way and make people make choices for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and call Ms. Gall.
Remember,
Hello? Hi, Ms. Gall, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Thank you for letting me speak and calling me back tonight after waiting for an hour and a half last night. It was hard to walk away. So I would like to speak about the ordinance being made into law. I'm already really unhappy about the mask ordinance as it is, but even more concerned that it would be considered to be made into law. So I'm here to speak for those who cannot. I want to speak for those who experience a disability that has affected their communication. The mask mandate being turned into law is incredibly concerning. Even worse is the language in which it's written. All accommodations for disabilities were taken away when they were rewritten by the new acting mayor. My husband and I have been foster parents for almost 7 years. We have taken in many special needs boys. OCS calls us specifically for those with autism because our oldest biological son has autism. Autism is a large spectrum, but if you are familiar with it at all, you will know that it can range from verbal to nonverbal. Communication is huge for these kids. One of my children is nonverbal. I believe the mask mandate is discriminatory against those who experience a disability that affects communication. My sweet boy just turned 12. He cannot communicate with anyone who has a mask on. He panics. It is the saddest thing I have ever seen. He tries to be compliant but struggles to understand what someone is asking or saying if their face is covered. I watched him completely panic in a doctor's office at the beginning of COVID, and that was when I realized how detrimental they are to those who cannot understand what they are and how to communicate. His disability is hard enough for him to deal with than to have anxiety and panic because of masks. I put him in an ABA center with homeschool support so that he would not be affected to having to wear a mask. I bought 24 face shields on Amazon for anyone that is required to wear protection while working with him. I feel strongly that it is my job to protect and advocate for him. His doctor's office now accommodates him with clear shields as well. The law if required in churches, would keep him from being able to communicate with others. I would never mask him or anyone working with him. He would have to stop going to church. He loves to move and rock to the music, and it would be incredibly sad for me and for him because it's wrong. I am concerned that the disabled are not being represented. The original mandate passed by Berkowitz had allowances for disabled and those working with them. You have taken all of those out now and want to make it law. Some people with autism are sensitive to touch and texture. Covering the nose and mouth with fabric can cause sensory overload, feelings of panic, and extreme anxiety. But for my son, it's more than that. For my son, it's communication. His communication is very limited, and it is drastically inhibited by masks. I would ask you also if the deaf community has been affected by this mask mandate. With fewer than 1% of Americans having a confirmed
Apologies
case...
for interrupting, ma'am, but your time is up. Thank you. All right, our next three are Sarah Yagidin, Eugene Carl Haberman, and Dustin Sherman. So let's go ahead and call Ms. Yagidin. And then Mr. Haberman, if you could please come to the podium. Thank you.
This is Sarah.
Hi, Ms. Yagidin. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Wow, I did not expect to get a phone call, actually. I'm just asking as a mom to support our kids' sports return, and I'm asking that you allow kids to be able to play sports again in competitive sports, and to loosen the restrictions that have been upon our kids. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that. I was not prepared to receive this phone call. I will keep it short. I am just asking that you'll think of our children and that you will think of their future and think about how, bringing back sports, it brings back their futures, and they need this now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I've been at a lot of meetings over the years, particularly Anchorage Assembly meetings. But what I'd like to speak tonight is a brief history of the occurrences in the Assembly chambers when COVID became a message and concern to the people in Anchorage and elsewhere. I was in this room when the Assembly was open. The chair of the Assembly was Assemblymember Dunbar at the time. I believe it was at that meeting an ordinance was passed that required that now the Assembly members can determine a quorum by being remote. Toward the end of the meeting, around midnight, I believe I was one of the only ones of the public in this room, and Chairman Dunbar made the announcement, I've decided that this will be a remote meeting from now on. And that began anxiety for me and others around the state of the future. You held remote meetings. I was remote, as well as many people from the public in Anchorage and elsewhere. And outside there were protests, loud horns while people were testifying remotely. And then when the decision was made to reopen, which I was very grateful that it was done, it was the right thing to do. There were certain limitations, but there was a new element that occurred. I attended meetings for years, and generally we saw a sense of respect, a real decorum. And I'm not saying it's perfect, and I'd like to say to everyone here, there are many times I addressed the Assembly being here, and you would see parties that were disrespectful. And I tell people, you may think it's appropriate right now, it's very important to maintain your composure. And I say to people, I maintain my composure against acts of intimidation from elected officials, bank officials, whoever. And I need to treat them the same way I expect them to treat me. And over the years I did that. And I continue to do that. We're not perfect. But what has happened is a situation where it's out of control, a lack of decorum, and people are saying we have a right to do it and speak out and interfere with people speaking, even members of the public. This is a public meeting. You're not attending a comedy where people are laughing over people doing whatever or people on the phone. This is not a drama. This is not a rally. It's a place to have a conversation where government hears from the people and people hear from each other respectfully and learn from each other. But we've come to a situation where either this changes or we're going to have a more difficult time to deal with the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, Dustin Sherman. What a tough room tonight, guys. So I want to start off by saying sometimes you folks do something right. You guys do get something right. Tonight, for example, you knocked it out of the park whenever you recognized the Holocaust victims and recognized the Jewish people. So good job on that. I really mean that. But I'm up here tonight to ask you all to do better. The last 2 or 3 weeks have been, I've seen more and more vitriol towards certain citizens of Anchorage and some by assembly members sitting here or on the phone tonight. I won't get into all of it because I do support free speech and I believe that that's your right. But you're supposed to be a voice of reason, not to turn citizens on one another. That shows your lack of leadership glaringly. One member of this body, and he will remain nameless because I do follow rules. Unlike the caller from last night, this member decided that it was a great idea to turn citizens against a mayoral candidate and businesses holding his campaign events. This same assembly member is running for the same office. This same assembly member took an oath to the Constitution, the same document he regularly trashes, and the same document I, myself, took an oath to in 1994. Yeah, I didn't enlist in the Navy. Sure shows their character, I'd say. I believe that this assembly member should step down from his assembly position due to massive conflicts of interest. You may ask, what conflicts? Well, every vote that he's made since his announcement to run has been a conflict, as every vote will favor his mayoral position should he win. He should also step away from the guard because this American does not think he's fit to serve this country in that capacity. I know this will fall on deaf ears to the members of this body, but the people at home watching will understand. I promise you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 3 on the list are Gina Yesnik, Damian Turkmento, and Wendy Salima. All right, let's go ahead and start calling folks then. We will start with Miss Yesnik.
Hello, and thank you for calling Gina's Portraits. I'm sorry, Melissa.
Okay, and then next we will go to Mr. Turkmento. And then, ma'am, are you Miss Salima? I am. Okay, great. All right, we're going to call Mr. Turkmento, and then we'll hear from you.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Turkmento. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Damian Turchetto, and I have been an Anchorage resident for almost 4 decades. I've been following the Assembly actions and meetings for some time and decided that Tuesday, January 26th, was to be my first live meeting. I'd seen some of the past videos and reports and wanted to see what was going on with my city leaders with my own eyes and hear it with my own ears. Some of the reports were hard to believe. What I saw was utterly disgusting. I saw a body of elected officials that, with a couple of notable exceptions, could not be bothered to take 30 minutes to genuinely listen to their constituents. A body of elected officials that had so little respect for their voters and what was being said that they fiddled with their phones, worked on laptops and talked to each other. Some even left the room mid-testimony. How dare you? Who do you people think you are? Are you really that out of touch? I saw a body of elected officials that allowed a barrage of nasty personal attacks happen, even when one of your others agreed that the attacks needed to stop. The man was allowed to continue the personal attacks. During that time, the timing clock was left off as well. That caller was allowed an extra minute to spew his clear, dripping hate. How dare you not follow your own rules that are posted all over the chambers? I saw an assembly that is clearly not following their own rules that they enacted, from allowing phone callers to make personal attacks to bringing in food and drinks that are against the clearly marked assembly chamber rules. I saw food as well as drinks with unsecured lids that were not bottles of water, again showing disregard for their own rules for conduct in assembly chambers. Again, how dare you? I thought the rules and laws applied to us all. How silly of me. I did notice the statistical improbability, however. What are the odds that every call into the assembly would be positive toward the assembly's actions and mask mandates in a dying city unless those calls were hand-picked? What galls me the most and kept me awake all of last night is this body's blatant disregard for your own rules and your clear contempt for those that voted for you and accepted you as their city leaders. As for our mayor using her state or city speech to attack Representative Allen without actually naming her, we see right through what you did. The seat you fill is supposed to be above that kind of play. And as a Sand Lake resident, I expect better. After last night's example, I simply can no longer stand by and watching people do this to my city and its people. If you can't take the time to listen to public testimony with undivided attention, if you really dislike that aspect of your job that much, then go find another job. After all, that is what a lot of us are being told, right? Just go find another job. It really is that simple. I highly doubt that many of you listening to what I have said here, I know you haven't. That's your choice, just like voting is ours. Believe me when I say we are finally paying attention. I struggle knowing that I'm starting to consider leaving this wonderful city, the city I was raised in, the one that I chose to raise my children to adulthood in. This body's continued actions are a part of that decision.
Sir.
If nothing else,
Your
I hope
time
that
is
sinks
up.
in with some of you.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you, Assembly. My name is Wendy Salima, and I am in the district of Suzanne LaFrance and John Weddington. I want to start by saying, Mr. Weddington, I appreciate your questions and comments tonight. It seems like you are listening, and it gives me hope. Last night was my very first Assembly meeting, and it was eye-opening. To be honest, I really did not pay attention to who was in the Assembly until this last year. I always voted for who I wanted to represent me in my district, but paid little attention to the other Assembly members. But of course, that all changed last year. We are now all aware of who is controlling our city. I know you believe you are saving our city with all these mandates, but what is actually happening is that you're killing it in other ways. I have a friend whose doctor visit was canceled when this pandemic happened because it was not an emergency. When he was finally able to be seen by a doctor months later, he found out he has cancer and is now fighting for his life. Every month that we were only able to go to doctors in emergency now has ramifications. When Anchorage kids are outside on the trail skiing and enjoying the fresh air, but are being yelled at by bullies who now consider themselves the mask police, it is unthinkable. I witnessed a young girl being yelled at by an older man for not wearing her mask properly at the grocery store. You have empowered people to be bullies in this city. Small businesses are dying, restaurants are dying, and it seems like you don't care. It is painful to watch your friends and their businesses struggle. We have watched so many close their doors, but sadly, even more will be closing if we do not allow them to fully open. Please have some compassion on these businesses and the families that are being supported by them. If the Matsu Valley can have their schools open for in-person learning, if the Valley does not have a mask mandate, if the Valley is not limiting businesses, then I think we in Anchorage can figure out how to do this too. If you go to Wasilla on the weekends, the gyms are packed with kids playing basketball with no masks. And the stores and restaurants have no limitations. The Mat-Su Valley has been able to keep their businesses going strong. They have kept their kids in school, and their kids have been able to participate in sports without masks. They are an example that it is not only possible, but it is doable. The reason people are getting upset is because we are not being heard. What you're seeing is frustration. Suzanne LaFrance, John Wellington, you are my representatives. I'm hoping you heard me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three are Zach Young, Doug John, and Russ Reno. All right, we'll go ahead and call folks then. We'll start with Mr. Young.
Hi there, you've reached Zach Young with...
All right, then we'll go to Mr. John. Great. Welcome.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Assembly. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here tonight to respectfully express my shock and utter disbelief in the behavior of one of your own. It appears that this member does not understand her role or the fact that those elected to government must be especially sensitive to social and racial issues and must seek deep understanding before commenting or taking public positions thereon. After all, this Assembly is entrusted with governing one of our nation's most diverse cities during a critical time for race relations in our country. When it was first brought to this person's attention that an SUV had been seen in town with the license plates reading "3 Reich" and "Führer," you took to social media to push the narrative that these words were in fact harmless. I believe your direct quote was that Führer means leader or guide in German. You are correct. It does. And in the 1940s, it was how Nazis referred to their leader, Adolf Hitler, as he killed between 5.8 and 6.3 million Jewish people. Furthermore, you sarcastically argued that 3 Reich, a clear nod to Hitler's Third Reich, was an acceptable phrase because, among other things, Reich is the last name of Bob Reich, our former U.S. Secretary of Labor who is himself Jewish. You even stated that you reached out to him directly to clarify your point as if you thought he would somehow agree with you. These actions are that of an internet troll, not a public servant, and what you are obviously missing here is context. Without context, one cannot begin to understand language or speech. It is unfathomable to me that I, or anyone else here for that matter, should have to come to a meeting of our Assembly to explain this to you. I am not here to discuss left versus right or debate issues. This person has crossed a line that goes beyond the norms of partisan politics. One might think that standing up against Nazism and racism would be a no-brainer for elected official on either side of the political aisle, given the fact that we fought a world war over it. But not for this person. It seems that like her idol, Donald Trump, she has a hard time distinguishing between Nazis and those who would rightly stand up against them. There are simply not fine people on both sides, ma'am. You are either on the side of the oppressor or the oppressed. With your words, you have clearly chosen the side of the oppressor. No half-hearted apology can excuse or take away the deep hurt you have caused our community. In fact, Governor Dunleavy felt so strongly about your statements that he removed you from the Alaska Human Rights Commission yesterday. I applaud the governor for doing the right thing given the situation, but it isn't enough. The time for you to resign is right here, right now, and tonight. You are unfit for this or any other public office, if not for your comments in support of white supremacy, for your utter ignorance in understanding what white supremacy is in the first place. Your comments were far more than in poor taste. They were reprehensible. I join the many others who have spoken on this and the more to come in demanding that you resign immediately. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you. And then let's go ahead and call Mr. Reno.
Hello, Ms. Russ.
Hi, Mr. Reno. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Assembly for calling me tonight. I had to leave very tired tonight, and I do apologize that I'm not there in person. I think you've all had several opportunities to heal some of the bad press, if you will, if you'll allow that that you're being given, both the perceived reality and the real reality, which has got a lot of us upset. I find it hard for myself even to keep decorum as well, but I try my best to do so, and I can understand why other people are, stepping away from it and losing their temper, because we are frustrated, and we are in a situation where we feel that you're taking liberties that you should not be willing to do, and that you don't have the power to do. I encourage you to find a happy medium, find a way to meet people in the middle. There's no reason for you to close a bar early. There's no proof to back that up. There's no reason for you to mandate restaurants to be at 25%. I'm encouraged that I did hear a snippet of the new 18 is going to be coming out that will increase to midnight the bars and possibly raise the restaurants to 50%. We heard that announced tonight on the news. But where are you coming up with these numbers? It doesn't make sense. I know that the mayor is in charge at this point with that, and I get that, and she's trying her best to find a happy medium, and I appreciate that. But I think this assembly could benefit greatly from meeting some of these people in the middle, and in the very least, show some respect to those that are speaking, because I agree. You took several times that you just didn't even look at or participate, and it was quite obvious you weren't even listening to your constituents. I do apologize if I'm going over my 3 minutes. I'm used to looking at the clock, but I do encourage you to find a way to meet some people halfway in the middle if you can, and find a way to give a little bit as much as you're taking right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we continue, we have 7 people left on the final audience participation list. I want to get a sense of show of hands. How many people would like to testify that aren't on that list? I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so then we need to make time for 11 individuals. Can I get a motion to do so? I don't know. Probably.
Move to extend until 11:30.
Thanks. That should do it. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion?
I'd like a vote.
Okay. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. All right, so the next 3 on our list are Marie Caswell, James Caswell, and Irene Quidnow. All right, I guess we're going to have to call all 3. Oh, great. Okay, thanks. All right, yeah, while our clerk is busy, go ahead. We'll go ahead and hear from you, ma'am. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you can speak now. Our clerk is busy right now. Yeah.
My name is Irene Quidnow. I live in the Sand Lake District, and Mr. Perez-Verdia is my representative on paper. If you would ask me tonight, if you would ask me right now who my representative is, I will tell you without hesitation that it is Mrs. Allard, because she represents me in the truest sense of the word, of representing my concerns to this body. And I'm not the only one who feels that way. You have censored her speech in the past, you have kicked her off committees, you have denied her access to meetings, and now you're claiming she's supporting white supremacy and Nazis. You want to publicly reprimand her and possibly remove her. I would like to call out the double standards this assembly is using At the Assembly meeting on December 8th, a member of this Assembly, during official business, went on record after testimony of an Anchorage citizen and commented that he needs to be 86th. If you look up the definition for that phrase, you will find that it means to eliminate somebody, and that can mean to either remove him from the premises or it can mean to kill him. I do not know which of the two meanings this member had in mind, because I didn't ask him. But if you use the same method of interpretation that you are using on Mrs. Allard's comments, which is to assume the worst, then you have to assume he publicly issued a death threat to a citizen of Anchorage. Yet, what did this assembly do? Did you ask him to clarify his remarks? Did he apologize? Did you do anything at all to address this possible misunderstanding and possibly very offensive comment? You already know the answer. You did absolutely nothing. Your silence was deafening. Here's the bottom line again, in my opinion. Jamie Allard does not toe the line of your extreme left agenda, and for that reason you are trying to remove her from this body by any means necessary. Her support is growing. Yours is dwindling, and you know it. The more you fight her, the more you're driving support to her. And you have only yourself to blame for that, for the dwindling support, because again and again, you have marginalized the voices of your constituents. And then lastly, you have been riding on the wave of fear, stoking it like a fire in hopes you can continue to use it to pursue your agenda. Today I'm telling you, with the words of a songwriter, fear, you do not own me. I know who I am, I know I am strong, I am free, I got my identity, so fear, you will never be welcome here.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to go to Ms. Caswell.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Caswell. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rivera. My name is Marie Caswell for the record. I just wanted to testify for audience participation. First off, I want to say that I've been studying history a little bit with my son, and it's been very eye-opening. There are some words that I read recently that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Utilized in his fight for Americans. Those words are love, nonviolence, justice, freedom, brotherhood, and equality. I also want to say that we the people have continually come to these chambers seeking redress for the grievances caused by this body on our rights. These petitions to our government have fallen on deaf ears over and over. If we are continually denied our freedoms, we have the rights of our Second Amendment. A well-educated militia of minds is being formed in communities across the state and nation. We are not coming armed with physical weapons this time. We are waking up and sharpening our minds. We are relearning our history, and we know this battle for America must take place on different grounds. We are coming heavily armed with knowledge to take away the precious seats you have defiled with your blatant disregard for humanity. I pray your reputations follow you into a political grave so you may be reborn with a heart of flesh to replace your hearts of stone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Caswell.
Hello.
Hi, Hi, Mr. Caswell. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera and Assembly. If you would just hang on a moment and pull up what I wanted to talk about. Somebody already touched on it earlier, but I wanted to touch on it a little more. There was a particular occurrence that happened on Facebook between, from one mayoral candidate to another. I'll start with an article that I found on the internet while I was doing a little research myself. I'm going to read just a couple excerpts, and then I'll tell you what the article is titled. Alaska remains a gun-loving and tax-averse state. Defined by its military bases and love of hunting, it has 2 Republican senators and a Republican congressman, but the state is changing. In the past 4 years, Alaska has raised its minimum wage, legalized recreational marijuana, and passed the strongest universal voter registration bill in the country. Governor Bill Walker, an ex-Republican who has the support of organized labor and most liberals, and the House Majority Coalition are publicly advocating the introduction of a statewide income tax, a move along thought impossible in Alaska's notoriously libertarian political climate. To be sure, this tectonic political shift would have been impossible without traditional democratic players like unions. But what's been less noticed even in Alaska is the role played by millennials who, rather than spending years working their way up on the team, instead reinvented the playbook. 3 men in particular, Christ Tompkins, Forrest Dunbar, and John Henry Heckendorn, have pointed the way to reviving progressivism in the state by recruiting new outsider candidates, teaching them how to win, and connecting them with fellow travelers. In bypassing traditional channels, which in Alaska, as everywhere else, tend to elevate predictable, uninspiring polls who have paid their dues. They've propelled a wave of untested candidates with little experience and even less party identity, but who believe in the economic populist agenda shared by a coalition of labor, environmentalists, and the state's large politically engaged Alaska Native population. So I posted on a social media post, and I asked, I said, is this mayoral candidate's candidacy a part of the bigger plan to turn Alaska a red state purple, which is the title of that article. Now, that article was written, I believe, back in 2018. But my comment was deleted. I was blocked. There were a lot. I was going to go and read all the other comments that were posted on there that also were deleted and blocked. I'll just read one of them. Could you provide the public with the scientific studies you are currently using as your metrics for the decisions of...
Apologies, sir, but your time is up. Thank you. All right, the last 4 on our list are Donna Celia, Anthony Celia, Pavla Tyson, and Nate Tyson. Yellow button. There we go.
Oh, got it. Short people have big problems. Actually, I can save you some time, Mr. Rivera, because the individuals who are behind me on the list are my husband and 2 friends of mine who stayed in the car last night and asked me to put them on the list. But after we woke up this morning and we read about the totality of the events that we weren't here for, we were in the parking lot, so we didn't know that it was happening, right? All 3 of the people behind me decided that they don't want to testify for fear of reprisal and losing their jobs. So without naming them, I know they've already been named, but they don't need to be named again. They don't need to be mentioned again. One of the people on that list was just recently hired into a Native organization and is going to be going to work for that Native organization. He fears that if he comes out in public opposing the mask ordinance, that he will be attacked and lose his job through the same mob channels that have attacked Ms. Allard. Another individual on that list is a public school teacher in elementary school who just started this year. She has the same fear. And she's already seen that credibly occurring to other people who work in Anchorage School District, being derided, harassed, until they finally are forced to quit or are fired because of wrongthink. The third individual on that list is with the Alaska Air National Guard. And unfortunately, people in the military always have a little bit of a pall, like, I don't know if I should do any political engagement. But now it's so much worse because it's so much easier for the mob to come after him and destroy his career and his wonderful reputation serving this state and our country. A 3-time veteran of foreign wars, who for the record was absent from my marriage for the first 4 out of the 8 years that we were together, and missed the birth of all of our children while he served your right to say the horrible things that you guys say. Through the chair, Mr. Rivera, I'm referring to some of the things Mr. Constant says. And so with my last few seconds, I would like to remind Mr. Constant that I remembered almost perfectly, but not perfectly, a regulation in our ordinances that I literally have not read for months. And yet he took an opportunity to impugn me by saying, and I quote, "This is the truth to these people." I didn't miss that implication, Constant. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to go ahead and call Ms. Jennifer Anderson, and then the 3 other individuals who raised their hands earlier, if you could please line up. All right, let's go ahead and call Ms. Anderson.
Jennifer Anderson.
Hi, Ms. Anderson. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Your timing is perfect. We just got the little kid settled. I'd like to speak in support of the First Amendment tonight and in support of our champions of the First Amendment. Our Bill of Rights is an interesting document. It covers a lot of things that aren't covered in the Constitution, solidifies a few ideas that are essential to our liberty. It works from the assumption and the proposition that these are rights given to us by God, not by men, not by government, but that these are instilled in us by God. That made a lot more sense a few hundred years ago when everybody still believed in God. We're all scientific now and we've got other ways of thinking of things. But that's okay. I think that the truths out there are still truths. The challenging thing about the First Amendment is if we were to have free speech, if we are to have that, then free speech means speech that we don't care for from other people, as well as our own free speech that, of course, we like. Assemblymember Allard has been vilified, mischaracterized, and canceled and attacked over her defense of the First Amendment. She's been presented as horrible, atrocious things, and it's not fair, and it's not equal, and it's not right. I remember in June, during our 5 nights of testimony about the homeless shelters, on the very first night of testimony, the second testifier was the rabbi, and I remember sitting in silent disbelief and shock as Assemblymember Constant basically tried to back the rabbi into a corner using somebody else's email to say that the rabbi believed that the homeless should be rounded up and put behind a fence. It made national news. It was horrifying. It was atrocious to have an assembly member basically try to get a rabbi to say he was a Nazi. Oh my gosh, it was absolutely appalling. And it made national news. Wow. The assembly as a body reacted completely different to that circumstance than to Assemblymember Allard's defense of the First Amendment. And I can't help but believe it's because she's in the minority, she's a conservative voice, and she supports the conservative voice. She is a rare, valuable, wonderful assembly member, and we need her. And I value her, and I believe a lot of other people value her.
Apologies
and the
for
attack against her.
interrupting, ma'am, but your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, would anyone else like to speak? Welcome.
My name is Rachel Colvard. Several things. I guess the next regular meeting will be show and tell, and I will bring you some of more of my work equipment from construction. I'm an end user of respirators. There's like whole lawsuits and science and efficacy of proper use of respirators. A cloth mask is not a respirator. It will not protect you. And in fact, in that proposed ordinance that's going to come for public testimony next time, it says specifically that you cannot use a mask like the respirator I would wear at work that protects me, cannot have an escape valve. So instead of protecting myself and making health decisions in the best interest of me, you're requiring that I protect somebody else instead of myself, this person. This grown person, capable of making decisions, over 18, this person. Nah. I'll bring you some examples of proper protection if you really have a concern about this thing that we're calling COVID-19. If you're really concerned about it, there's some ways that you could protect yourself that are well known, and a cloth mask ain't one of them. Second, I would very much like to see the comments section turned on your YouTube channel. And through the chair, Ms. Allard, if you should ask the Assembly on your behalf to sue Facebook to turn your Facebook page back on. There was a court ruling that came out of the Federal Appeals Court, I believe it was January 4th. It was an amicus brief that was filed where public officials do not have the right to censure a comment, and you have in the past had comment section on your YouTube channel. I know because I've made comments there. And then yesterday, when you were having your technical difficulties, it got turned back on. I made a couple comments, and then suddenly the comment section was gone. So you have already extended the comment section to your YouTube channel. I would like that turned on for that, this, and all previous videos that you have on your public YouTube channel for the municipality. And for any other pages that are associated with the municipality, I would like those comment sections turned on. Now, in the terms of use for those venues, you have to follow the same things that we would here. You must be polite, you must be respectful, you cannot name names, you have to follow the same procedures. And yet, I would still like the comment section turned on those venues. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Ron Oliva. I think Felix, or Mr. Chairman, you had Robert's Rules of Order, and I've always been hearing it Ronald's Rules of Order. So let's go by those. And Mr. Heineman did a wonderful job on decorum and the anger that's back here. How do you diffuse that? And my testimony tonight was, Felix, I told you before you went with the Golden Lion, they're out there and they're going to recall you. And you seem to have been a real target because they got enough signatures and you're going to be recalled. the margin that he won by was narrow, and the activity they have politically, they'll get the votes. And it's going to be a heartbreak for me. You remind me of my stepbrother, who's gay, and he looks like you, and he is African Brazilian. Felix, I want you to entertain the possibility of resigning, and do it with honor and courage, and sacrifice yourself for another day of leadership, because I think that could contribute to diffusing the anger for you personally. Rather than be recalled and get that stigma, you can run again. And your leadership qualities are needed as a human, as a gay person, and then someone as a minority. The distraction that's being caused by this is tremendously draining and polarizing the city. Ms. Ellard, unfortunately, 60 Minutes did a story on the Rule 230, and that was where Sandy Hook, the father, had to go undercover, because let's not do this in the medias of Facebook, Twitter, and if I read her post, I saw Nazis, and I didn't see Nazis. But Felix, for the future of the city, just entertain the thought. And even if you verbalized it because of such a great distraction and the anger and polarization in the community during this pandemic and economic crisis, you'll be well respected by the entire community. Please consider it.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
No, there are no questions.
Okay, you can go back to Robert's rules then.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Good night, Felix. All of you stay safe.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is William Topol. My assembly representatives are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson. I've spoken here before on that maybe what the immunity is doing is really not that effective against COVID. I've spoken here before on better ways we can deal with this COVID virus. I've mentioned taking supplements to increase personal immunity. I've mentioned current treatment protocols that are documented and successful. Yet the immunity persists in promoting lockdowns, mandates, reduced operating capacities, and now I propose mass mandate into municipal code. I guess we will have APD or more code enforcers acting as mass Nazis in the near future. There are differences in how you handle a public health emergency and a pandemic. Please refer to videos by Dr. Pam Popper on the details for that. I happen to agree with the testimony of Ms. McRae earlier tonight. We don't lose our God-given rights in a public health emergency or a pandemic. We are learning what really works and what does not in the past 10 months. Lockdowns don't work. Quarantining the healthy does not work. Masks do not work as well all the time, if ever. Social distancing doesn't work all the time either. May I suggest what probably does work? The extra effort at keeping surfaces extra clean. I and we are tired of your continued attempts to minimize our constitutional rights in this fight against COVID. Open Anchorage now and keep it clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, not seeing anyone. That'll end final audience participation. Unless there's objection, I'm going to skip assembly comments. Okay. Okay, and I'm going to move on. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned.